Supervisors. Meeting has been advertised in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act as a virtual meeting conducted using this Zoom telemeeting platform. If you're here tonight as a member of the public or as an agent to speak on behalf of an agenda item, please enter your name, municipality of residence, and if applicable, the topic you wish to speak on by using the chat feature at the bottom of your screen. Just the procedural items I typically cover. First, the public is asked to mute their microphones when not speaking in order to minimize any ambient or background noise and other distractions. When acknowledged by the chairman, you may unmute your microphone to speak. Please refrain from using the chat feature to offer comment or to ask questions, as it will not be monitored and your comment or question may go unnoticed. Secondly, board members are asked to indicate their name when motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes can accurately reflect the action taken. And then finally, before we begin, I'll take a roll call of the Board of Supervisors to ensure that all members can hear and interact using the Zoom meeting platform. Please indicate you're here when your name is called. Mr. Miller.
Here.
Ms. Danini.
Here.
Mr. Mitra.
Here.
Ms. Strickland.
Here.
Ms. Stevens.
Here.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have a quorum. Thank you. And
Thank you. So because this is a special meeting, I'll first ask for public comment for any item not on the agenda. Since I don't see anyone here other than board and staff.
do not have any public in attendance, correct?
Okay. Basically, this meeting, I think everyone was in at least part of this sequence of meetings last year. Even though Presentia and Patty weren't on the board, I think you both were somewhat involved. The format is essentially I'm going to turn it over to staff because staff is presenting the budget to us. I'll ask Dave to start with the budget process, and then lead us through. If we have things that someone would like to discuss further as far as reducing or increasing an expenditure, we can flag those at any time. I'm not going to make decisions about it from the board, like voting on every little item as we get to them. I'm going to ask staff to keep track of all of the suggested changes, and then in our third meeting, which is next Tuesday, we can go through all those with everything in place to see what the overall picture is and decide what changes we want to make at that time. So as we go through the budget, if anybody sees something you want to flag it for further discussion, just say so, and we will possibly discuss a bit of it now, depending on what it is and what discussion is needed. But we won't actually do a vote to make a change to the budget tonight or the next meeting. We'll save all those for the last meeting when we have an overall picture. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Dave from here on out, because I think this is pretty much his driving. Oh, Presentia, did you have a question or? Oh, you're just raising your arm. Okay.
No, sorry. I was just moving my arm. Sorry.
Okay. No problem. Okay, Dave, turn it over to you.
Thank you, everybody. So just quickly, the budget document has been distributed. It's also available on the website. I'm going to be working off the version that's on the web page, so it should be the latest and greatest. And just again, as we begin here, I want to thank everybody for joining us this evening. As Mr. Miller had indicated, this is the first of 3 special meetings that have been advertised by the Board of Supervisors to conduct its review of the draft 2021 annual operating budget. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the hard work of our township staff, especially the leadership team, and especially Eric Anderson, Director of Finance, for the many hours of work put into preparing this document. As the board knows, the annual operating budget process is established by the Ferguson Township Home Rule Charter. Article 7 of the Home Rule Charter describes the process for budget preparation in fairly significant or substantial detail. And under that article, it's the township manager's responsibility for preparing and presenting the draft budget to the board. It's the board's responsibility to review the draft, and under the guidelines of the Home Rule Charter, that has to be done no later than December 1st of each year, which is what we're doing with these 3 meetings. The draft budget is then presented for both tentative and final adoption at the first 2 regular meetings in the month of December. So December 7th for tentative adoption, and then ultimately final adoption on December 14th this year. The draft budget, in addition to my office's role in preparing the budget, the Home Rule Charter also vests the authority for administration of the annual budget with the township manager. So it's my responsibility to work within the parameters that are established by the board by fund. And within each fund, there's a whole multitude of individual accounts. We're going to review them in great detail over the course of these next few days. And these accounts are used to categorize certain expenditures within each fund. At the end of the fiscal year, some of the individual accounts will be under budget, some will be over budget. But as long as I've remained within the constraints that have been established by the board within each fund, then my obligations as administrator and treasurer have been met, and your obligations as elected officials have been met. Before turning it over to Eric for his presentation of the draft budget, I have just a couple of words that I'd like to say about the particularly challenging environment that this year has brought. I really don't have to convey to any of you just how difficult it's been for all of our staff to continue to provide the exemplary public service delivery that our residents have come to expect under the cloud of a global pandemic. We have had staff personally affected. Fortunately, all have recovered. Sadly, many others have not, and the challenges that we face in local government are trivial compared to the hundreds of thousands who have lost their lives to this deadly virus. I am proud, however, to say that we have persevered and had a productive year despite facing these new challenges. While some projects were temporarily put on hold, the board and staff can be proud of what we've achieved and how we've positioned ourselves for a strong year in 2021. The projections in the 2021 draft budget are both encouraging and concerning. There are some base level changes in how we're accounting for sinking funds, for example, to better position ourselves for large equipment and building expenditures. We've expanded the accounting for parkland development and operations in the Park Improvement Fund, and we've segregated our cost center for stormwater management in anticipation of a potential stormwater management utility fee. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that particular fund a little later as in Eric's presentation, but beginning in 21, just to talk about sinking funds a little bit, these accounts that accumulate money are earmarked for specific purposes and presented as committed fund balance in your draft budget, meaning while it's not designated in the fiscal year for expenditure, it is encumbered for a specific purpose to be spent when it's appropriated. So that's been a little bit of a misaccounting, if you will, on how we've handled sinking funds historically that we've tried to correct and be able to better prepare ourselves for some of those large scale expenditures. The document that you're being asked to review in the coming weeks has been carefully scrutinized by department heads and myself to reflect the uncertain reality that lies ahead. No new hires other than moving one staff position from part-time to full-time have been included in the 2021 budget. Large capital expenditures such as the bucket truck have been deferred, and road paving projects have been substantially reduced comparatively speaking to prior years. That said, board priorities such as traffic signal construction, Park Hills drainageway restoration, Northland area transportation improvements have remained for further discussion by the board in the coming meetings. Despite the lean draft that's presented before you, you will see some challenges and uncertainty that loom. Revenue projections have been adjusted downward to account for what we expect will be diminished tax collection due to the pandemic. Fortunately, the 2020 fiscal year has been fairly on budget when it comes to revenue collection, but I think there's reason for us to be concerned and conservative in our approach in the upcoming fiscal year based on the uncertainty that lies ahead. Our general fund balance will likely be in deficit for the first time in several years. While prior fiscal years have projected deficits, prudent administration of the budget and efficiency of project management has erased these projections and in many cases resulted in a surplus. However, we cannot rely on that alone moving ahead, and we must have difficult conversations on how to stabilize our fund balances in the coming years. This is not to suggest that the township is in immediate financial distress. Quite the contrary. Our fund balance projections for year-end 2021 are still strong and close in line with recommendations of the Government Finance Officers Association for strong, healthy reserves. As we start to see signs of buckling, like beginning to walk on ice that's too thin, we must adapt to these changing conditions and prioritize public services while considering deferring expenditures that are not as pressing. As we go through the draft budget page by page in these next few meetings, I encourage the board to ask difficult questions, to offer suggestions on making the township's fiscal solvency stronger in the coming years. It's important for the board to know that this is your budget. You must be comfortable with the expenditures assigned in the document in accordance with your roles as representatives of the township. I know these decisions can be difficult, be they cutting expenditures or raising additional revenue. They are critical in our mission to provide efficient, cost-effective professional services to our residents in a fair, cooperative, ethical, and honest manner. That's my introduction. I'll turn it over to Eric Anderson, Finance Director, who has some introductory detail on the draft budget. Eric, you should be able to share.
All right, Dave. I have a short, that was very well done, Dave. I have a short PowerPoint to go over, just the overview of the budget. Give me a second here and I will share the screen. Okay, let me close that guy. Does that look good to you guys?
It's good.
Okay. Current financial status. How is the township doing currently? The township has healthy fund balances. The only direct debt the township has is for the public works facility. Debt is only used for capital spending. Some places use debt for operating when they're pushed into a corner. We don't do that. It's not recommended practices to use debt for anything other than capital spending. One comment I'd like to make about the budget, it is in line with the Governmental Finance Officers Association best practices and format. Township has had clean annual financial audits every year, as far back as I can remember. Township has received budget awards every year since 2012 from the Government Finance Officers Association. Township follows the GFOA budgeting best practices, and we budget conservatively, which if you go back and you look at the budgets compared to actuals, you'll see that we have almost unanimously overperformed in relative to the budget. Here's a financial summary by fund type. Okay, so we group funds into capital projects and the debt service. General fund is a single.
Eric, I'm not seeing you advance through the screens here.
Oh, my bad.
You're not moving through the presentation. We're still on the cover. Sorry to interrupt you when you're on a roll there, but
Let me try it over here. There we go.
now you're moving. There
All
we
right.
go.
About the little tricky here. Hang on a second. That works. All right. Go up one. That is odd. Okay. I'll have to do them separately. Here's the financial summary by fund type. General fund is a single fund, own fund. We have one debt service fund, the general obligation fund. We have multiple capital projects funds. They're all grouped together in this slide. It's traditional groups by what you'd see. Special revenue funds are funds that receive money other than tax money, such as assessments and so forth. And then the totals. Couple items I'd like to point out. Under the general fund, you see the revenue of $11,504,000. There's missing a comment there. And the expenditures of $10,570,000. That means we're having a positive outflow, a positive result in the general fund if you took out the transfers. Of course, the general fund supplies revenue to many of the other funds. As you can see, the capital projects funds, for example, $3.6 million. Therefore, it reduces. So those transfers show that the general fund is going to be in a deficit of $2.1 million. We're also spending a lot out of the capital projects funds, a change of $1.9 million, and the debt service, that's money for the township, the public works building. So that necessarily would decrease because we have not completed that project yet. And then we have a small deficit in the special revenue fund. Off to the right, the totals, we start with $16 million in the bank and we end up with 11.6. So we're still in a very healthy low position. Granted, that's $5 million deficit decrease in our fund balances. Here you can see the general fund balance trend. It started out in 2016, roughly 5.7 million, and we're gonna end up with 5.3 million. So we're pretty much the same as where we were back in 2016. General fund revenue. Taxes make up 80% of our revenue collections. State payments, which is like grant money and so forth for liquid fuels, make up 5%, and fines and permits make up 3%. So of that, you're looking at a vast majority of our revenues in just those three items. General fund expenditures by type, salaries make up 33%, 5.4 or 4.5 million. Benefits, taxes, training, anything related to employees, about 16%. Add those two up, you're at 49%. That's a very good position to be in. The borough, many other places are well above that. By having a low human resources budget or requirement, allows us to spend considerably more on infrastructure capital expenditures. You can see COG regional is 14% of our budget, and interfund transfers out of the general fund is roughly 23%. That's pretty substantial, but those are to pay capital projects. Little breakdown of some capital projects. Liquid fuels, road maintenance. We use a liquid fuels fund money for that, roughly 730,000. TIF is budgeting 2.1 million this year. The stormwater projects, 1.1 million. That's a new item for this year. Obviously, we've talked about that many times. Park projects, we're looking at $1 million. That's a new item. That's Fund 34, in addition to small expenditures coming out of capital reserve. Buildings, $2 million. That's mostly the public works building completion. Then you get into capital reserve fund, admin and IT, 56,000. Police equipment, 178,000. Planning is looking to create a sinking fund for 250,000 for the multimodal. And public works equipment, 661,000. Total of $8 million, 8.1 million. So the debt, currently the township has 6.845 million in direct bonded debt for the public works building. Slightly less than that because we are making a small payment for this year. The term of the debt is 25 years. By extending it to 25 years, we reduce the amount of annual debt service to roughly 400,000. It varies year to year, but it's roughly an average 400,000. There's approximately 3% of the general fund expenditures, well under the recommended maximum of 10%. I'm not recommending anybody go to the maximum, but keeping our debt low gives us a lot of flexibility in taking advantage of opportunities and so forth. Stormwater fund. This is a new fund in 2021 to manage stormwater mitigation. It also accounts for the Chesapeake Bay pollution reduction requirements. It includes $200,000 in grant funding and $1 million of funding from the general fund. Expenses include proportional salaries from the general fund for engineering and public works, which means that in the past, all salaries were in the general fund. With this new stormwater fund, some of those salaries were allocated to that fund. Total cost is the same between, it's just allocated if in such there was to segregate the actual cost for the stormwater project or program. Projects for 2021 include $298,000 for pipe relining and $42,000 for replacing the inlet on Devonshire Drive.
Eric, before you move on to the next slide, I'm gonna just go with this question anyway. But so as Eric just presented, later this evening, in fact, the board's going to be asked to talk about this new governmental fund established for 2021. This is Fund 20, the Stormwater Fund. It's been developed predominantly using the data compiled from the stormwater fee study to date. And it's reflective of operations, maintenance, and capital improvements that are currently in place with the Public Works Department. Should the board elect to enact a stormwater management utility fee, this fund would be changed from a capital fund to a special revenue fund because it would be financed through the stormwater fee that's assessed to property owners. Should the board elect not to implement a stormwater fee, then the fund can either remain as is in a segregated cost center, or it can be disaggregated back into the general fund, the transportation improvement fund, and the capital reserve fund. Just wanted to provide some additional clarity. Eric, I'll turn that back to you now.
Okay. And the last thing is, if there's any questions.
Eric, can I ask a question?
Of course.
This is Lisa. Back on, it's my page 33. I'm looking at a hard copy, so I'm wondering if I'm looking at different numbers or something changed, or I'm looking at the wrong place. So the general fund listed here for 2021 budget revenue, what? Oh, you took it down. Was 11,527,000. So I think that's what you had there. I'm not sure. And then
That's correct.
Okay, then on that first sheet, the second sheet had the expenditure of 13 million. That first chart didn't. Sorry, this is several slides back.
527, 546. Yeah, that's okay. And
I think the difference may be net of interfund transfers.
Okay, so that 13 million is correct. That's the expenditures.
649, 296. Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we have 2 million, about just over 2.1 million, or excuse me, where's
2.1 million.
As 3.1 million, sorry, that are being transferred out of the general and into other funds.
Yeah.
Mhm.
3078 right here. I guess you can't see that. Let me share. it.
Okay.
Can you guys see that now?
No, but that's okay. You answered my question. I just wanted to make sure I had the total correct.
This is pretty neat. If you can see this, it shows all the funds and it shows the revenues and expenditures separately by category and then totals it.
We can't see it. You're not
You're not
screen sharing.
Sharon
You're talking
screen.
about
How about this? Maybe that helps.
Now we're talking.
That better?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see that the revenue breakdown here, general fund is the first column, breaks down by charges and in the different categories, totals it up, and then the expenditures by basically department, and then the difference. And then it shows the beginning fund balance for all the funds individually, and then goes through and the change, and at the last line item is the ending fund balance. And I subtotal it by governmental funds here, and then of course you got the trust funds, which are pension and TUDIC, and then the total combined. So in the bottom, in the governmental funds are what we're really looking at. The end of the year with $11.6 million in total. Now, granted, I'll tell you this here. We do have a couple deficits in the hydrant fund and the streetlight fund. Those are, well, hydrant in particular is due to the fact that the State College Borough Water Authority quadrupled the rates. So it's going to take us a little time to catch up on that with the revenue. So we increased the assessments to make up that difference. We will eventually catch that up and make that a positive. So with that, the general fund is essentially loaning the money to those two funds to make up that deficit.
I'll dive into that a little bit more when we get to the actual revenue, to those funds themselves. So if you have if that was not entirely clear, I understand. I'll talk about it in a little more detail later on. So, that's essentially our overview. You can see the projections for year end on that page at a glance, that last page that you were on, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
One more up that shows the fund balances. So under 2020 projected. That's a close to the mark estimate. It can sometimes be difficult to extrapolate some of that data and be able to look at a glance and determine, particularly as we talk about carryover expenditures, things that we may incur in the current fiscal year and that may bleed into the upcoming fiscal year. We try to, and actually Dave probably has the biggest task ahead of him with that particular assignment because of capital projects and other things that he's involved in that are sort of long-term contracts and get paid throughout the course of the project. So, some of those projections will fluctuate. They're really not finalized until the audited statements come in, which will be sometime mid-2021 for this fiscal year. But we try to get them as close as you can so that we can give some, accurate estimate of what our fund balance strength will be, what we have, for the board to allocate in the upcoming year. And then it gives you all as elected officials a relatively accurate projection of how closely we've been able to adhere to, our budgeted expenditures for the current fiscal year. If there's any questions on that, Eric or I can answer them, or we can roll right into revenues.
Dave, you want to? Do you want me to go through the revenues, or do you want to do the screen, or how do you want to?
That's you, Eric Anderson, Finance Director, talking about revenues. If everybody has it, the revenues begin on page 35. And Eric, you could probably stop screen sharing if you.
Okay.
Might make things easier we can screen share if warranted moving ahead, but this way.
I do just want to remind everybody, especially when we have screen sharing, just speak up if you have anything. Don't wait for me to recognize you. I mean, I can see everybody now, but once we get to screen sharing, I can't see everybody, and we're a small enough group that just jump in. So,
thank you.
Okay. All right. One comment that people don't really pick up on a lot is that the budget is cash basis. Cash basis is meaning that we will record items that we actually received and actually spend in that time frame. When you come to the audit, there's a year-end accrual, which they measure things differently on the audit than they do in the budget. So you will have a little bit of a change there when you come to the audit. It is not a cash basis. So
it's really just a matter of when we actually deduct the money from the general ledger. When we enter, those expenditures, whether it's, on an accrual basis, which is lagging a little bit, or whether it's cash basis, which is when the money's actually transferred or spent. Is that fair, Eric?
That's correct. Yeah, it's a different measurement type. One is called GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. Cash basis is not GAAP. So, but that's a problem that every government has with their budgets and their audits. That's not just us. All right, revenues start on page
35.
81, right?
Oh. What did you say, Eric? 51?
81.
81. I have the wrong. Oh, you're talking about general fund revenues. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. You're correct. 81. Thank you.
Real estate taxes, not really a whole lot to say there. I did have put a little chart in there of what the most recent sales were at the time that I was able to get it. You can see that the township housing prices, other than there's an outlier near Pennsylvania Furnace, it's probably land of 62,000. But you can see that there's one for 1.2 million or so. The amount of housing prices is substantially, it's very high for the general area. Unfortunately, I don't know if people don't realize this, that has really nothing to do with your assessed value, because the assessed value never changes in Center County. They've not done a reassessment in 30, 40 years. And when somebody sells a house, the assessment does not change. So that's one of the indicators why other municipalities have to raise their rates all the time, because assessed value never changes. The only change that really occurs if somebody adds on to their house or they build a new house. I put a table in here.
Triggers for a reassessment, what is Eric's saying. But the county commissioners have it within their authority to authorize or obligate a county-wide reassessment, which, like Eric said, has not been done in several decades. That keeps our real estate tax revenue, property tax revenue, fairly stable, despite inflating property values, inflating home values, and those kinds of things. Of course, it's not a very politically popular move for the commissioners to designate a countywide reassessment. But I really think, in fact, I was just having this conversation the other day, that we're approaching, the time to kind of lean on the commissioners a little bit to require a reassessment. There are some states that do this at regular intervals, and Pennsylvania is not one of those states. It would be nice if we were, because it would take that political pressure off the commissioners for having this reassessment done. Unfortunately, it's the climate we live in. But nevertheless, I think we're at a period right now where all municipalities in the county would benefit from a reassessment. So we're going to look into some of those options and see what happens, but it won't be easy.
I have a table on page 82, shows the history from 2012 forward of, be thankful that the township assessed value is increasing rather than decreasing, which obviously changes our tax collection slightly. The transfer tax is also at the bottom of page 82. This is a tough one to estimate. We watch every month when we get collections, and last 2 months were actually very good, especially with the COVID. There was real concern whether or not there was going to be real estate sales. They've continued, and our projection is a little bit low for this year, based upon the most recent information we had at the time the budget was put together. We still think we can get very close to 1.4 million next year. If they get a vaccine, that could help a lot too. And again, on page 83, there's a table that shows the history from 2012 of what we actually collected. It goes all over the place, as you can tell. Earned income tax, that's our main driver of the township revenue. We are anticipating a slight decrease, just to be conservative, next year, of 10%. We may not see it, but we're anticipating, just in case COVID has effect on the employment of the township. No change in local services tax. No real change in the business, transient retailers, or so forth. Comcast cable franchise fees, Windstream franchise fees. We also have some cellular spots in the township that potentially could have franchise fees.
These franchise fees are fees that are paid to the township by different public utility providers in exchange for the ability to occupy our right-of-way. There are certain legal applications that you're allowed to assess these fees, so we can't charge, for example, State College Borough Water Authority or University Area Joint Authority or First Energy, West Penn Power. But for Comcast, and most of you were here for the renegotiation of our cable franchise agreement. It's a 10-year agreement with Comcast for the provision of cable television alone. So we can't assess a fee for high-speed internet, broadband access, or any other provisions or any other services that Comcast provides. But we do get a piece of the revenue that they collect from cable television services that they provide within the township, and that's true for both Windstream as well as Comcast. For the cellular franchise fees, these are for small cell tower providers that occupy our right of way and provide services to the Sprints and Verizons and AT&Ts of the world in order to increase their capacity to service their customer base. So they have these small cell towers. You've probably seen them. They some of them blend in better than others. Some of them, like, look at in front of the auto port on South Atherton. Some of them are pretty ostentatious. But municipalities are permitted to, at least under current law, although that's subject to debate, to assess a fee for their occupancy. So of the public right of way. So we do have the ability to collect some revenue from that. Not big numbers, but that's where we get these franchise fees revenue from.
How does 5G fit into this whole thing? Aren't they small towers?
Well, I think 5G is going to expand the number of these small cell towers that you see, but it's a pretty heavily litigated and regulated by the FCC and then all down through the states industry. And so we've been pretty inhibited over the last couple of years, in particular, in our ability to assess and regulate not just assess for revenue, but also regulate where these small cell towers are permitted to go and where they're not permitted to go.
We do lien properties, municipal liens, when someone, and typically these are not owner-occupied buildings, but they don't cut their grass or they don't plow their snow. We'll put a lien on their property, and then when that property is sold, if ever, we'll get that money. It's not a lot of money, but it's there in case we do. We have sign permits and renewals. Looking at page 85, roughly 18,000. That probably go up a little bit with Toll Brothers. Every sign would have a fee to it. Conditional use permits, driveway permits, pave cut application fees, fiber optic fees. That's the same thing, right-of-way agreements that Dave was similar to what Dave was talking about. We have contracts with different organizations to basically rent our right-of-way. DUI fines, restitutions, false alarm fees, motor vehicle, grass and weeds, parking. Parking's a big one for us. We have a lot of parking fines. Interest, we're looking at roughly 75,000 on page. We split between 87 and 88. The interest rates have dropped pretty much in half of what we originally had. So 2021 is going to be spent a little bit less than what we may collect this year. Then you get into COG. There's a group of us that own the COG building, and we collect rent from them based upon our square footage. UI grant. This year, the township is going to be administrator for all the grants for the center region, including the buckle up and the what they call occupant protection, the DUI and drive safe. There's several grants that the township is now going to be in charge of administering. Looks like Chief has some money in for an officer to go to the police academy. They will reimburse us for certain costs of training for the police academy. We also have drug task force money, the grant money that the state will give us. We do have a winter snow agreement with PennDOT for part of their roads that we have an agreement with to maintain. State police fines. We do get a small portion of money that the state collects for police since we have our own police force. Liquor license fees, roughly the same. I thought there might be an additional one coming in with Sheets this year. State pension money, that money comes in the general fund and then it gets split and transferred into the two different pension accounts. Police get their MMO, the minimum municipal obligation. That's calculated by law. They receive their full payment before the township pays a non-uniform plan. Foreign fire relief funding, that's on page 90. That's money to pay the alphas that the state gives us, and we essentially pass it through to the alphas. Now there's I put a little table in here on Marcellus shale impact fee. Most recent information I could get, just showing that how many wells there are and what the payments were. State forests, we get money for state forests and state game lands from the state. And the county gives us money. We request money from the county for liquid fuels. That money gets transferred into liquid fuels. I've had several conversations with the auditors from liquid fuels on how to handle this, and I cannot get a straight answer. And basically the auditors say that, well, we can't tell you how we want it. Custodian, John Robinson, we rent him out to COG for half a person. Penn State pays us fee in lieu, pays 92. You can see there's an impact fee and some of that fee in lieu money. And
so the township and some of the surrounding municipalities, Patton and the borough in particular, College Township kind of has their own thing going, but we have an agreement with the university where for their properties that they own in the municipality that are not being used to advance their educational purposes. So if you think along the West College Avenue corridor, you have the MMA, the Mixed Martial Arts Studio. That's one example. These will be listed as on a schedule that the county prepares. Mark Kellerman with the County Assessor's Office prepares on an annual basis, and then determines whether they are taxable under this agreement or whether they're tax exempt. So for the properties that the university owns that are specifically for their educational purposes, the College of Engineering that's in Cato Park, etc., those are tax exempt. They don't pay a dime of property tax for them, which is problematic from a revenue standpoint. We tend to see large scale expenditures from the university, so we'll see a balloon in real estate transfer tax, but that's a one-time payment. After that, we never see them again on our tax rolls. But other properties that they own, in whether it be sort of for a quasi-educational purposes or other kinds of purposes, or maybe they're kind of land banking, which we talked about recently, and just kind of sitting on some of those properties for plans for future development, we do receive some payment from them via this fee in lieu of taxation agreement.
Dave, it's Laura. Could I ask a question about that? And this is something, new board members, that you'll probably hear from me every year until I feel like it's squared away. But so my understanding of the Public Charities Act, which is where they receive their state-related institution tax exemption, even though they're not officially a public charity, it states that if it's not used for educational purposes, it's taxable. But the way that we look at things, if I understand it, is that we don't consider it taxable. We consider it, they give us a fee in lieu. Not that it's actually taxable, and there's a difference.
Right. So on the schedule that the county assessor's office puts out every year, there are the properties that are entirely exempt, and there are the properties, very, very few, but some properties that are actually on the tax rolls that receive a property tax bill. A large majority of the properties that are owned by Penn State that are not for their educational purposes are listed on a schedule as fee in lieu money. So we do receive the same money that we would receive through real estate taxation. It's an equal amount, but it's not looked at. It's not a taxable property. And we did that through settlement agreement through Penn State. Several years ago, predating me, there was kind of some threats of litigation between the regional municipalities and the university. It was settled out of court, and the settlement agreement is what kind of dictates that. So it's the county's determination, Mark Kellerman's office, the county assessor's office, whether a newly acquired property by the university will fall under the schedule, will fall under tax exempt status, or will fall under the very, very few examples of taxable properties. And when I say very, very few, I'm talking maybe a handful or less.
Right. So something that's being contract farmed, it's just like a business. It's not at all related to their educational mission. I hold it should be a taxable property. Yet those properties are typically found on the fee in lieu list. And it may be a distinction without a difference, but I feel like it matters. And for the board members, this particular agreement that Dave's referring to, which he did send to me a couple years ago, is all administrative. So it's very difficult for the board to actually get involved with this and have a conversation about this. And I think that for us to be able to fully understand it, we kind of need to be involved with it. Not that I don't trust our administration. It's not at all about that. It's about understanding how that is implemented and where, if we wanted to intervene at some point, we could. It's also written very narrowly, as I understand it. So if something is already on that list and miscategorized, there's basically no way or no recourse to recategorize it. So it's very, you don't get to have a say while it's happening, and then, oh, it's happened and now you don't like it. No, too bad, because it's done. Just thought I'd take a second and just talk about that, because it comes up each year. And it is somewhat significant, and there has been litigation around it, not only in State College Borough, but also in Derry Township, where they own Hershey Medical Center and lands, banks of lands. Thank you, Dave.
And have a stormwater fee.
Can I ask a quick question while we're on this? So this line item has the total for the impact fee, the 144,000. So is the fee in lieu, that 2,000, is that added somewhere else?
That's a mistake. Should be for 146. Good catch.
6. Yeah, that's a typo. Thank you, Ms. Strickland. Good catch.
Hawkeye Lisa, you are so good.
Well,
Taking over for Richard.
Yes.
Yeah, just never got updated. Then you move into general fund, general government revenue, some development fees, subdivision plan fees. Township, we do charge, Ron Seibert does charge his time toward escrows, roughly $15,000 a year. And we have zoning permit fees. I put a chart in there showing what we've done in the last few years. Varies pretty much year to year. Funny, it was 2017 and 2018 have total the same, but they're different breakdown. Rental permits, application fees, and we do collect money from the school district on page 94 at the bottom for collecting real estate. It's split. Our costs are split 50-50 between us and the school district for their share, or the total of for the township.
Eric, could I break in for a second?
Sure.
Dave, I remember at some point recently asking if we were able to charge developers for time in our constant re-review. They don't really read our comments. We re-review it. And like, we don't, I see here there are various fees that we charge, but we don't do that time charge. And we talked about how we could do that to recoup some of that money. When is the time that we talk about establishing that?
So commonly, just to put a little context, you can charge as a municipality reasonable fees associated with, in this case, land development reviews, plan reviews, and those can be anything from what we do currently assess for, which is the review of the township engineer. And when I say township engineer, I should put it in quotes, because that may mean Ron Seibert, it might mean our stormwater engineer, it might be our transportation engineer, McCormick Taylor. So there's kind of different hands in the cookie jar on that line item. But there are some things that we don't charge for. Planner reviews, for example. So the time that Christina Annixton, our community planner, spends reviewing submitted land development plans, we don't assess for. You could do that. Historically, and I'm not saying this is good, bad, or indifferent, the townships looked at that as a public service. We've absorbed that cost and the cost of the salary and overhead, et cetera. Depending on the plan, it might be quick and easy. It might be, as Ms. Denny described, a series of exchanges between the staff, our consultants, and the applicant, and any professional agents that represent them, where we have to go back and forth with a round of review comments. So even before the board or the planning commission see a land development plan, it's been kind of beat up in the trenches, so to speak. And what you're seeing there is the product of more of a refined document than initially was submitted. The time to talk about that would be to set those, you would have to set those fees by resolution in the fee schedule. So typically, and we're in the process of putting it together now, You'll see the fee schedule for a draft of it in the first meeting in December. Any changes or additions you'd like to include, we would incorporate in the final version that goes in front of you on December 14th.
Okay, great. Thank you. So everybody help me remember that, if you would, when we look at that fee schedule, that we might want to discuss that as an option. Thanks. Thanks, Dave.
Okay, continuing on, page 95, we do charge for certifying taxes. Those are people that are refinancing or buying or selling their property, and they want to know if the taxes are paid. We charge $5 per certification for the school and the township. Police revenue, nothing there. Ag progress days, obviously nothing this year to COVID. And police assistant at football games, nothing again because of COVID. That's a little bit painful in a sense. Accident reports, people, a lot of insurance company asks for accident reports when there's, what happens on the streets. Police officer test fees. I guess the police are going to ask for a new group of potential officers, so they do testing and charge a small fee for that. Health services.
Just to clarify that, Eric, if I can, just real quick, and Chief will talk about that a little bit later. It's not that we're proposing or requesting an additional officer for the upcoming year, but we commonly will budget for one should we have a retirement. So we do have one officer now who's reached his superannuation date of retirement. He could retire any day. So it's prudent for us, in order to maintain our existing complement of officers, to budget either on the revenue side for money that we may receive as reimbursement, or on the expenditure side if we have to put he or she through the academy in order to get their their Act 120 certification. So talk a little bit more about that on the police side, but I don't want the message to get mixed or to be conveyed that we're asking for an additional officer this year, when I just said we're not asking for more staff.
Okay. Health inspection fees by the borough. Miscellaneous revenues, we get a lot of refunds. Probably the biggest one we're seeing on page 97 is health reimbursement or health insurance refunds. Those are monies that you get returned because of self-insured Pennsylvania Municipal Health Insurance Cooperative. That's been very beneficial to the township over the years. Workers' comp refund. I mean, occasionally we'll get a workers' comp refund that's annually audited, and any differences either pay or we get a refund. And then finally, the confusing table 98 is the Act 205 refund calculation. Essentially, every year we create an estimate of what the minimum municipal obligation is for the police department. We technically don't have one for the non-uniform, but we create one for our purposes. So that would, for example, 2020, you're looking at $554,000. That's what we're estimating that our pension cost will be for the year. Then the next line item in 2020, you'll see what the state pays us. So the state pays us, for example, $418,000. So our net township cost for 2020 is $135,000. For 2021 is $177,000. What the township does is for the non-uniform plan, every pay we put money toward the ICMA plan, and we're estimating that is about $200,000 during the year. So we've already pre-funded that plan. And then when we get the state money, which usually comes in September, we have the ability to refund the money that we've already paid in. So that's what those two negative numbers are, the refund due to the general fund. And then I broke it down by how much is going to be available for the non-uniform plan. That's a separate little chart. And that's pretty much it for the revenues.
So if there's any questions on revenues that we didn't hit in stride?
Actually, I have a question that really isn't about the budget particularly, but I was reminded during our discussion with reassessments. The Blue Course Commons, was that ever resolved?
Well, it's still, so the Blue Course Commons used to be Pheasant Glen Apartments. This was a state subsidized low income housing, rental housing development. Probably about 5 years ago or so, the tax subsidies that kept the rent at an affordable rate and kept them in that program were allowed to expire, not by the township. This was a state, frankly, they just dropped the ball on it. And despite our attempts to intervene and the county's attempts to intervene, we have a dog that is taking over Beaver Stadium in the mess. Anyway, those subsidies were allowed to expire, and essentially almost overnight, the property got sold. The rent was basically tripled, and so really became an unaffordable student housing rental complex. And so, kind of to add insult to injury, the new owners saw it fit to contest the reassessment that they were given based on the loss of those tax subsidies, arguing that they didn't make any substantial improvements that would otherwise trigger a reassessment. So not only are they making money hand over fist on the rental units, they've also contested having to pay, fair assessed value for those units as well. Because it's a county that's in the county's court, they've been litigating that, working with their assessor's attorney, David Gaines from Miller, Kistler and Campbell. The last I heard, it was leaning towards the favor of the county and by proxy the township, meaning that reassessment was being upheld, but it's still subject to appeal. This is a long discussion, but suffice it to say that there are some very profound, potentially constitutional issues that are at stake here. So there's a chance that this tiny little Blue Course Commons development will be a precedent-setting Supreme Court kind of a case. So I don't know where it's going to stop. It's not settled yet, but thus far it's been favorable to the township. But in the meantime, we get the full, I'm sorry, I should just say, we do get the tax, and this, because our real estate tax rates are relatively low, this largely affects the school district. It does affect us, particularly with the difference in the assessed value. We get the money on the new assessment, but we have to hold it kind of in an escrow so that if they do prevail on their tax appeal, we have to return that for whatever, whatever that difference is between what their new assessed value is or was and what their previous assessed value was. Any other questions on the revenue side? Ms.
I have
Strickland?
one. Thank you. I have one quick question. Back on page 83 with the earned income tax, our net is $6,500,000. So the budget line item says $666,000. So is there a deduction in for the fees of collection? I didn't see the reduction somewhere.
Yes, there is. I'll have to change that table because I think those 666 is correct.
Okay.
You're definitely getting nicknamed Hawkeye.
Well,
No, the expenditures are only 3 pages.
You're so good. It's
Eric,
good.
let me ask you about that though, just real quick, and you and I could take a closer look at this. But as I understood, the expenditures that we pay to the center tax agency show up as a line item in the expenditure side of the general fund.
They used to, not anymore.
Oh, you changed that? Okay.
No, yeah, that's net.
Okay. Well, then we got to make that correction to 6.5 million.
Yeah, and we'll get a check. Their cost of collection is not as high as that. We'll get a check usually March, April for the difference from the prior year. Their collection cost is roughly 1.8%, not 2.4.
Thank you. Good catch. We'll make that adjustment as warranted. So if there's no other questions on the revenue side, I'll punt to Dave Modricker, PE, Public Works Director. And engineering starts on page, I don't know, good screen so far, 125. Yeah.
I'll give you a moment to get there. And if you would like me to share screens, let me know. Else, I'll assume it's easier to do the budget review just looking at your individual screens or books. So the Public Works Engineering section of the budget starts on page 125. And I'd like to just start by giving an overview of personnel in the Public Works Department, because that is where we have the org chart. In the engineering section, which is the left column, you'll notice the first colored block that's not blue, the stormwater engineer. That's currently a part-time position that is vacant. Kevin Bloom left, so that position is not filled. As written, and we'll talk about this in more detail when we get to the Stormwater Fund 20, a full-time stormwater engineer is requested in the 2021 budget. Just in briefly, that position would have billable hours for stormwater review, so we would bring in that piece of it in-house that's currently done by contract. That person would be involved in in-house designs. That person would oversee and manage the MS4 program, would be involved in in-house capital, H&H, hydraulic and hydrology and hydraulic design. That work is for the most part contracted out, like the work we're doing in Suburban Park, and would manage the stormwater fee program. So, in general, I would say if we're moving forward with a stormwater fee, that full-time position is requested. If we're not moving ahead, there is still a need, but perhaps it would be a part-time position. The GIS technician is it's a colored block because there were 2 positions in 2020. We currently have 1 position. We're not asking to fill the 2nd position. When Ms. Annickstein took a promotion to be the community planner, she left a vacancy, and 1 person is currently able to keep up with that workload. So that was a reduction in staff. In this org chart, you have seen a field technician, and it has been shown in 2021 review of staffing with the manager. We're pushing that position to 2022, so we're not asking for that position this year. Under the stovepipe of maintenance or road fleet, that crew structure remains the same organizational structure. Over in tree care, this year in 2020, we had a tree trimmer or a municipal tree specialist or a dendrician, whatever you want to call them, in the budget. Conducted interviews, made an offer, the person declined. COVID pandemic came along and we were not successful recruiting a candidate. That position went unfilled this year. Through discussions with the manager, we are deferring that, not requesting it in 2021. So that's a 2022 request. Since we will not have the crew to put the proposed bucket truck with a chipper box to its full utilization, we've asked that we also defer that piece of equipment. That was approved in the capital budget. Operating budget shows that being deferred. So those are just some personnel matters and vacancies and whatnot in the department.
Dave, can I ask a quick question about that bucket truck chipper?
Of course.
Wasn't that going to be almost 100% grant funded? Or am I thinking of something else?
You are thinking of something else. In the budget, we also have a hook truck. The hook truck is very versatile, and it can have a leaf box, a chipper box, and then the winter, we budgeted separately that it can have a brine tank, and it can be a distributor truck. So that is the budget, and that is I believe a 90-10 split.
Okay, that's great. It's like a Swiss Army knife of.
It is.
Dave, I had a question on the stormwater engineer.
Yes.
You said if we hire somebody part-time, we would still be contracting the work that we're currently contracting?
That would be the intent,
does that
yes.
appear in the budget? How does it appear in the budget at this point? Are we assuming a full-time and then not having the contract?
It shows up as full-time in the budget as an operating cost. The contracted stormwater engineer is a pass-through because those hours are all billed to the developer.
Okay. But if we did it in-house, that pass-through would then come to us instead of,
So I think I understand what you're asking. So there's not a whole, the stormwater engineer fees like that Dave just mentioned that are mostly associated with land development, plan reviews and those kinds of things. Those would probably remain very stable regardless of whether we bring a full-time stormwater engineer or not, meaning we'll still farm out a lot of the land development reviews because that's time that our staff doesn't have to spend working on those things and we get reimbursed for it. So it's not a cost to the township, it's a cost to the developer or the applicant. There are presumably maybe a little bit more difficult to quantify, but there are some things that if we had a full-time stormwater engineer that we would be able to do in-house in lieu of contracting out. Maybe some, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe some civil design or site design, stormwater design for our own capital projects and things like that we might use NTM engineering for, we might be able to do in-house.
Yeah, I would say it depends on who we bring on board, and that may also be reflective in the salary. So if it's somebody that can do design as a quote designer, but not a PE, they can do that design in-house under someone like myself or Ron Seibert who would stamp it. But if we were going to have them do development reviews, that would be a PE. And so depending on our workload, we could contract it, or it could help offset the cost of us doing it if we did have a PE and that person did have billable hours. So it kind of depends on the person that we bring on board and how we want to structure it. So there's flexibility to do it either way.
So I'm trying to understand sort of if we, and you said that this person might have different qualifications, but if we hire this person versus if we don't hire this person, what will we be able to do and what will we not be able to do? So I want that contrast in order to make my decisions.
Sure. So if we do have a stormwater fee, there is going to be a more robust program and there's going to be more involvement, and that person would dedicate quite a bit of time in that effort. If we don't move forward in that regard, it depends how robust a program you want staff to have without the fee. And for example, if we stayed status quo the way we are, and we didn't increase the level of service for, responses to problems with stormwater, we didn't, kind of manage things proactively, we could have a part-time stormwater engineer continue doing what we're doing and contract out our development review services. So it really kind of depends on the level of service that you want staff to provide.
I had questions about that marked for in the stormwater fund discussion. So I guess I'll just hold them for then mostly, but we'll probably be recapping some of this then, unless you want to. No, I think I'd rather hold it. Okay, so I did just have one quick question. In comparing the staffing chart on page 125 back to page 24, this is the personnel schedule. So on page 24 is the public works superintendent, the road superintendent. There were a few differently named positions, and I just want to make sure.
Yeah, the road superintendent was split. Like, there's a lot of.
Let me answer your question. I think on page 24, public works superintendent, that is synonymous with the road superintendent on the org chart on page 125.
Perfect. Okay. And then the road supervisors on page 25, that's the road foreman.
Page 25, road supervisors.
Sorry,
Yeah.
then that's under
Yeah,
stormwater.
we're
Okay.
getting rid of the word form.
That's correct. Those are road foremen.
Okay. And then in stormwater, that public works superintendent is called the road superintendent.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, those terms aren't consistent.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same one. So maybe, are they going to have different titles? Because if not, I'd probably just make them all the same.
Yeah,
The-
made a
the
note of
title-
that. We'll standardize all
Yeah.
the nomenclature. It should be road superintendent, road foreman. That's what we commonly use. Thank
Would you like me to move forward past the org chart and personnel? Okay. As typical, we have a mission statement, spend some time compiling the goals. I did combine what we did in the past year with what we're doing in 2021, because a lot of those contracts are the same, they're annual contracts. And I may have taken contract numbers out just for ease of reading. So that's what looks a little bit different if you're comparing it to last year's budget. So some of the more significant projects that you're aware of, the new Public Works building, the stormwater fee study, Park Hills drainage improvements, the Arley performance metrics project has been very slow moving. They have carried forward and allowed us, to keep moving that grant money forward. We're still eligible for it, and we are making some progress this year on that. We'll talk a little bit more about the storm pipe video program under the Fund 20. Curb ramps, that is an annual program, as well as the fuel, street signs, asphalt aggregate, pavement markings, micro. Seal coating we didn't get to this year, partly because it was about the time when the COVID pandemic came about, and it didn't seem to be a critical service. And so that kind of took a back burner to some other things that we needed to manage at that time. Signal upgrades, sidewalk repairs. We're in a pretty good program of, managing some of these assets without really having an asset management program, which I'll talk about a little bit later. It may or may not be tonight. We'll talk a little bit more about pipelining under Fund 20. And as you know, the Pine Grove Mills projects, the mobility study and the signal warrant have been on hold all year and continue to do so because of the impact of the COVID pandemic on traffic. And that's been confirmed by PennDOT when we've checked, our offices checked with them to say, hey, can we do it now? The answer is no. Okay, so we move into salaries on page 129. So starting this year, 95% of the Public Works Director salary is shown here. 5% is moved to Fund 20. Township Engineer, 85% of his time and 90% of the assistant and the technician are here. Balance was moved to Fund 20. So you might say, where did these percentages come from? So as we developed the program and the level of services for the stormwater fee over the last few years, we went back and looked at projections of the amount of time that staff spent on stormwater related items. In the engineering section, these are based on our projections of historical and projected time. When we get to Fund 430, that's actually based on timesheets for the foreman and the road crew, and a projection for the road superintendent because he's not on a timesheet. So that's how we developed these percentages, and they were built into a part of the stormwater fee. So for consistency, we left them here. Same with engineering staff salaries. You can see a reduction for the GIS technician. As mentioned, the part-time engineering assistant was part-time, but all his time was stormwater related. So there is no request for any part-time engineering not related to stormwater. So that'll show up in Fund 20. Office supplies, clothing, PPE. Yeah, I think the only real difference here is we've been over the years trying to make sure that each section has a category for these items. And we added, face mask as part of PPE in 2020. General expenses. Equipment maintenance is mostly calibrations and repairs for technician equipment. Electronic equipment maintenance is copiers. Engineering project drawings, engineering drawings. So there are not any significant capital road projects next year, and any work that we do have, we can do in-house. Engineering specialties, this item was reduced to reflect that some of the portion, 12,000, was for stormwater related activities. And so that was moved to Fund 20, leaving a balance of 4,000 projected under engineering specialties for 2021. Communications, Pennsylvania One Call, phone, postage. Transportation, that's an allowance for personal vehicles, which I don't know that we've ever charged any time to. Oh, apparently there was $10 charged in 2019. There may have been a part-time seasonal employee that had to use a vehicle for a little period of time. Advertising and printing, typical advertisements for contracts and and for vacancies or selling equipment. So dues, memberships, and subscriptions, the way I have this written is such that it is a request for full funding, as if we're going to have in-person conferences and training next year that may or may not occur. As you can see this year, based on the remote learning that we did, we're at about half of the budget. So that may occur next year, or we may be able to, attend some of these conferences. So, I'll just pause here, expecting discussion.
It's Laura. I have a question about the one call. So what you're saying is that we are charged if we have to have utilities come out and find things for us?
So we are a subscriber in the Pennsylvania One Call system.
Okay.
So we get notices when other utilities say, hey, we're going to dig in your township. And we use the system whenever we place calls and say, we have a design locate request, we have a dig request. So all those tickets cost money and add up, and that's how you pay to be a part of the system.
Okay. So were we charged when there was one call happening at Fairbrook Park for the grow zone signs?
So if we put the ticket in, we pay for that call.
So Park and Rec did not pay for that. We would have paid for that.
It really depends who put it in.
Okay. Well, I'm guessing, I'm going to guess us. I'm probably safe to guess us. Okay.
The person that's supposed to put it in is actually the operator. So whoever gets on that piece of equipment and digs that day, he's supposed to know that the one call has cleared personally. Now, a supervisor put it in, but the day of the dig, legally, that supervisor is supposed to stand there and say, hey, get it, you're clear to dig. So.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Sure.
So I'll go into the conferences and memberships.
Sure.
So I was just trying to kind of prioritize a little bit, things that you go to that you would receive some certifications at that you need, I think that's necessary. And then other things, I think maybe we could look at skipping a year, maybe attending virtually, assuming, you know, some of those things would have that option, even if they're held in person. So, you know, whatever everybody's thoughts are on that, you know, there's what, one local one, you know, a couple of away things. So, you know, I can't tell you what you need to be certified in. So you would have to make those determinations, you and the engineering staff. So that's just where I'm coming from and kind of how I was looking at it.
I guess I have a little bit of a concern about that. I don't think we made any comments at all. Maybe we did. I don't know. For the COG budget, like the Park and Rec folks are always going to that, like 6, 7, 8, a huge group of them going to that Park and Rec Society thing. And I think that if I'm wanting to cut in the training budget, it's definitely not in our engineering and very high skilled quality work stuff that's coming out of public works. I'd much rather focus on that. And I don't think we even noticed it. Although, Steve, perhaps they aren't, you know, doing that this year, but I'm guessing that they are at the COG, at the Park and Rec.
A lot of it's going to depend on whether these conferences even occur. I think it
Well,
is
I
budgeted.
mean, planning to, yeah.
I think it is budgeted, yeah.
Yeah, I'm almost guaranteeing it's budgeted. And I kind of hate to keep toggling back between the COG budget and our budget, but we really should be, in my thought process, like taking care of our really core, high skilled team and cutting like games to play at the pool kind of conferences. You know, no offense to that, but
training and conferences and professional development are very common kind of focal points when you're looking at reducing expenditures. And, you know, I'm not suggesting that's good, bad, or indifferent. And in fact, in some cases, it's probably a wise idea, particularly for things that maybe, you know, are not either necessary, as Ms. Strickland pointed out, for credentialing or for accreditation, but, you know, maybe kind of the nice to have bucket. Where it becomes a little bit difficult to quantify is in the value that you get from that training, as I'm sure you all understand. And just an example, you know, some of the traffic engineer memberships and associations that Ron is a part of, while not necessarily required to maintain his PE certification, because you can get your continuing education credits in a variety of ways, have paid dividends back to the township because there are now skills that we can do in-house and take advantage of in-house that we may otherwise have to contract. I believe, Dave, we had some of that with our traffic signal work and you know, some of the replacements. Was it the LED replacements that we're doing in-house?
Yeah, he's pretty remarkable in his capabilities for traffic engineering. There's a lot that we're doing in the realm of traffic engineering and signals that's just related to the knowledge that he's picked up.
So I guess my point is, you know, it's in some cases it's the right thing to do. In some cases it's, you know, kind of a penny wise, pound foolish, because, you know, there may be those maybe not quite as tangible or immediate returns on investment that may be valuable. You know, again, I'm not suggesting that you don't look at training for not just this department, all departments. But, you know, it's just to be mindful of some of those other, that added value that the township gets from some of those continuing education opportunities, because we do realize a cost savings in addition to the professional development opportunities for some of our staff.
Yeah, and I appreciate the support and the discussion. And you can see over the years, you know, I estimate it conservatively and we manage it within budget. And I have no desire to go travel anywhere during the COVID pandemic, and I'm doing all the training I can virtually. Some things just aren't offered virtually, but more and more are. The Transportation Engineering Safety Conference at Penn State this year will be virtual. So, that won't be in person. And that is a great opportunity in a way to pick up your continuing education credits, but it is very stovepiped. It's all about, guess what? Transportation, engineering, and safety. So if you want to pick up credits anywhere else, it's really the other forums that we need to look at.
One of the things I think, and part of what Dave is saying, we realized throughout the course of the year, because we don't know what the curriculum is going to look like for some of these training and conference sessions. When we get a chance to look at that, then we can kind of make a judgment call. Department heads can, I can, about whether that would bring a lot of added value. So there are conferences that we may budget for, and we look at the rubric or the schedule and say, this really probably isn't worth the travel and that kind of thing. We're starting to see, as we get later and later in the year, and the promises of this pandemic really subsiding in the coming months are diminishing, an increased likelihood that we'll be virtual again next year. So I think we have reason to be confident that we'll beat these numbers in all of our budgets, but some of them are still kind of floating around out there. And it's hard to say whether, when things do return to normalcy, whether it'll ever kind of be that same cycle of traveling for conferences, lodging, meals, and that kind of thing. It may stay partly in virtual format and virtual offerings, since we're all kind of comfortable working in that environment now. So we'll probably have some better insight to offer for the 2022 budget. But this year, my direction to department heads was, look, budget as if we're going to be live and in person, and best case or worst case scenario, we beat that.
And I know tonight's not the night we're necessarily making decisions on, cuts or whatever, but whenever the time comes, if it's the third budget night meeting, we'll manage this however we need to. So, and that's the way I budgeted all of the training requests through. So it's consistent.
And then I'll just also do an about face and add a little support for what Lisa has mentioned. And I think Dave P too. And I know you guys definitely have your eye on the budget this year. And as we do move through, whether we end up cutting third night or not, just really trying to keep it really lean and looking at those agendas and seeing if it is something that's really beneficial to the township. So thanks.
Yep.
And I'll add my comment that I make every year, which is I think these are actually very valuable. And I really think that the training and conferences, even if they don't involve training, are really valuable for professional development. So I don't think, in my opinion, you save enough by cutting them to make it a worthwhile thing to cut. But if everyone wants, or anyone wants to discuss them later on, we will look at those next Tuesday. And I'll probably repeat what I just said. So,
Steve, do we have a process? This is, it's a lot to go through. Do we have a process for like a tentative flagging? So like if Lisa wanted to say, let's come back to this for sure on third night, are we marking it point, with a 3?
I suspect we could just say at this point that, dues, subscriptions, and memberships across the board are going to be something to discuss at that point.
Okay, so Dave P is
and
keeping track of this right now as we speak. Okay, great. Thanks.
Copious notes.
Thank you.
I'll just say, I really do appreciate the comments, and I understand and I agree with you on the value of some of these things and the necessity of some of these things and what it brings back. And I think this is a year of hard choices. And, this is just, maybe one thing that maybe it wouldn't be the best decision to go if it's something we could attend virtually anyways. So, I just want to put it out there that I'm not saying that these things are not valuable, but that I think we need to look at every cost center and see where we can cut some things.
Is it too late to make COG budget comments? Like I swear every year this happens to me. I'm like, oh, and then the COG budget too. Can we make that comment? Like, is it definitely, too late to say, don't don't send 15 people in Park and Rec to the Park and Rec conference. Is it too late? Steve, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I'll just say COG summary budget comments are due on November 17th.
So we could
it's
look
not-
at that.
It's
We
not
could look at that
technically.
at the next, yeah. I think we could look at it at the next meeting if we wanted to do additional comments in the COG budget. I don't think we should do them in this meeting.
Sure.
But
I'll
we
take
could-
a side here.
We could add, additional COG comments as an item on the next agenda
Thank you.
for the regular
Great.
meeting.
I'll just say too, I do agree with that, Laura, and it's very difficult with the timing to look at those things, and just in general how that budget is discussed it makes it difficult to get into that level of detail. So I appreciate you looking at that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I share a lot of the concerns that Lisa expressed and some of the thoughts that I think Laura and Steve expressed. So with respect to the budget and looking at places to cut and looking at all possible options, I think given that essentially my reading is, at least in the general fund, we are sort of $2 million overspending, or I did a little bit of a calculation, and if we go at sort of this rate, that cushion that we have will be exhausted in 4 or 5 years, maybe around 4 years or something. So that's why it's possibly a good idea to tighten the budget. Also, because of the uncertainty that we have with respect to what amounts of income we'll be having next year, a little bit at least. Having said that, I'm not thinking or bringing the COG budget in because I'm sort of looking at both, and I would possibly, what I do here, I can't really influence the other ones that much because I'm possibly 1 in 30 votes, and here I have more of a say. With respect to the value and so on, so I, obviously every year I go to multiple conferences and so on, and I wouldn't be if they're not of value. But there are conferences, again, that are of value, and there are conferences that don't give me value in the sense that they're not just junkets, but they're just not as good of a quality, or not of a quality enough to help me at the point where I am, and so on. So judiciously choosing conferences that give us value perhaps is the right thing to do. And even if, so it depends upon which conference the person is going to. And even if the conference might be a flagship conference of the Institute of whatever engineers, it may or may not be of value to me. And I, not only as an academic, I worked 5 years in industry as a software engineer, and even then, some of the conferences I went to were good, some of them were not that great. So as long as we are choosing carefully, it possibly does give us more value, and especially if it is, I think at least in our fields, the conference fees have come down a lot, given that they don't have to pay for the hotel and so on. So that might create an opportunity to choose, some conferences that are of very high value and cut out the rest. That's sort of where what my thinking is. And with respect to the budgeting, the other issue that I have is it seems like, okay, we allocate some amount of money, and what I heard, at least at the beginning, and I think there's a catch here, or there is some issue with my understanding, so I'm bringing it up. I think Dave said that, well, we just allocate the money, and then after that, it can be moved anywhere. So in that sense, I am sort of more thinking more tightly that whether to spend it or not, or to return it back to the general coffers and those types of things. So in a way, that's the part I wanted some comment from someone about. What happens if you allocate some money and then you don't use it, and can you just go ahead and use it for something else, or does it have to be returned?
Well, I would say, what? Go ahead, Dave.
No, I was just going to answer because he didn't jump right in, and it's on Public Works. But I mean, for the Public Works budget, if we don't use it, it remains in the fund balance for whatever fund that was allocated for. But Dave can talk in I guess in general terms.
So, the board approves the vouchers. So you approve transactions that have been made, but there is discretion that I have as manager to move funding around within, or to move money around within the overall fund. So I couldn't, for example, just on my own accord, say I'm going to increase our transfers into capital reserves by X amount of dollars, or I'm going to spend more money in capital reserve than what the overall fund expenditure authorization is that I have. If I exceed that, I have to come back to the board, and the board is going to decide whether or not you want to do a budget amendment. You have an obligation to balance your budget, meaning you cannot have expenditures in excess of revenues plus fund balance. So, it's not like we can just spend more money than we have. I'm not sure exactly that I can answer the specific question, but generally, I think your statement is correct in that, as I said in my introduction, the board will set the expenditures, and we itemize those so that you see what those items are. But for example, if we have a few, as we'll get to in shortly here, vehicle and equipment breakdowns that have to be, sent out for repair, that can blow that budget in outside vehicle repairs line item very quickly. As long as I can make up for that elsewhere, we can make up for that collectively as a township in the general fund, then we're in good shape. If that's the kind of the tip, what tips the scale, and we're in jeopardy of spending more than we're authorized to, which hasn't happened in my tenure either as assistant manager or manager, in the general fund. It's happened with other funds, but it hasn't happened in the general fund. We'll come back and ask for a budget amendment.
Then at the department head level, I mean, we will manage it at the line item because, every year we show you the actuals, the projected, and where we came in. So while it doesn't have to go back to the board for a budget amendment, the manager's expectations is that the department heads are doing everything we can to manage at the line item level.
And I watch them like a hawk.
And I was going to say at the board level, I'm not Hawkeye over there, but I would say that it does seem to, I have not seen that kind of thing be a general practice. Like typically you see, just like you do in this budget, you've got a projected and an actual, and they're consistent, and the spending is consistent with that. You don't really see a lot of flux and flow between things as a general practice. And I think that might be one of the reasons why we get that award, although I'm not sure what that's all about, but.
Yeah, I'll make a comment too. One of the things that I really watch for is that if somebody thinks they're going to be over in a specific account, that they don't charge certain expenses to something else because they don't want to go over budget. That way, we want to know how much it actually costs us for certain accounts, whether they're under budget or over budget. That way we can adjust the budget in the future to reflect the reality instead of, as some people call it, play games with the numbers. So I watch that pretty closely.
Yeah. So, I think this is my philosophy and I have my biases. So I think the fact that we have not had to amend the budget possibly means that we are over budgeting. I would want a tighter budget, and in the sense, it's like giving a blank check to some extent. And so my philosophy would be to want a tighter budget to see, you guys manage. If you think that the conference is important, go for the conference. If you think something else is important, go for that. So I'm looking at it as a big picture allocation that I am doing. And then if it doesn't work on a case by case with justification, I would look at amending that. So I will possibly be more conservative upfront and then allocate funds as needed, especially given the uncertainty now.
The one thing I was going to add in there originally is, you ask about, does money, if we don't spend it, do we put it back in? And actually, the way the township budgets is a bit different than most businesses and probably the university. There's no money to put back in because it never comes out. So we budgeted for this year $15,500 for subscriptions, dues, and memberships, and project we spend $8,000. We don't put $7,000 back in. We just only spend $8,000.
Right, it never came out. It stays
the new budget, and there's no carryovers from one budget to another. So
yeah, I got that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got that. But the thing is that 7,000 could be used in something else without as much oversight from our part. And that's where, I'm looking at this as if we have a tighter budget, then we have more of a say because of the way the rules are. If it was that if we allocate something on a particular line, it can only be spent for that, then I would be more comfortable allocating the full amount, because otherwise these things create some amount of slack that then gets moved around and results in more spending is where I'm, yeah.
But if that were happening, we would be seeing other line items where we're overspending the budget. I mean, if Dave or whoever, whichever department head, were moving things from one line item to another, when we're looking at the budget versus projected this year, we would be seeing that for the previous year, and we don't see that. So,
I don't think, I guess, I don't think it's necessarily true that there's a lot of moving around that happens. It's not maybe quite as dramatic as I've described it. I suggest you budget for what you anticipate you'll spend, line item by line item, fund in aggregate, however it might look. Because, the prospect, I guess, of budgeting very lean with the understanding that the board may see several budget amendments throughout the year is going to be problematic from an accounting standpoint, from an auditing standpoint, and it will reflect poorly on the township's financial planning and, our bond rating and our, ability to manage our finances. So I would advise against a kind of a just tightening the budget for the sole purpose of having more opportunities as a governing body to make amendments and modifications to the budget. If you're tightening it for the purposes of saving money and bringing down our expenditures, because that is a confine that staff has to operate within. So we can't go beyond what that expenditure amount is. There is some flux between the line items and the accounts, but it's not so dramatic that I think we should be, that we're padding line items. I'm not saying you're suggesting that, but with the understanding that we're going to move it around through different places. We always try, and you can see in the projections from the previous years, to mirror or reasonably defend the line items that we're requesting based on what we expect our expenditures are going to be. So my recommendation is budget for what you think we're going to spend for the projects that we need, understanding you give me the autonomy within those general guidelines to operate on an as-needed basis, but make your reductions in expenditures based on things that you may not necessarily value that we do next year, as opposed to trying to just generally shrink the overall budgeted expenditures in the general fund or in our other governmental funds.
So I would like, for my educational purposes, I would like to know what those implications are that you mentioned about our bond ratings and things like that, and that is impacted by budget amendments. But I'm not saying any of this is happening, but I think my thinking is that if we are trying to predict a certain amount, and year after year, account after account, we are going under that amount. That basically means that we are budgeting on the higher end of what we expect, because otherwise, how are we never having a shortfall? So that's basically my thinking, and that's what I was trying to tighten. Now, if that results in a reduced bond rating, which results us in spending more money, then I would possibly say, okay, no, we should budget at the higher end and then not use the money. So that's, I'll take that offline, and I can get that information in the next week before I have to vote next week.
Absolutely.
I would appreciate that too. I think that's a really interesting question, and that's an interesting point that you're making, to budget in that way. But just back to Prasenjit's point, if we're budgeting expenditures that are $2 million over revenue, then say those expenditures were actually realized, then that would come out of the fund balance.
Right.
So just looking back at 2020, it was a very similar situation where you had expenditures budgeted at $2 million over revenues budgeted, and then actually realized $12 million in expenditures, so about $1 million over, and that was COVID. So, that probably accounted for a lot of that spending that was halted. So what makes us think that we would fall to less than the 13 million projected expenditures? If 2020 looked similar and it was at 12, I'm just asking so that I can make sense of where the money would come from.
I guess my answer to that would be, I don't think we will. I think, or it may be within, a certain amount of, we may have more income or less expenditures, but I think we are going to spend about $2 million of fund balance in 2021. And that is my reason for supporting a stormwater fee or a tax increase for 2022, because we can't budget every year to spend $2 million of fund balance. Right now, we have built fund balance over a long period, and I don't propose that we do any increase in 2021 and that we just take the difference from fund balance. But I think we will be doing that. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I think before, this is kind of what I've been saying in the stormwater discussions, is to really look back at, with this current board that's seated, at the program plan and that level of service, and make sure that that's what we still prioritize.
Yeah.
So because we're talking about needing more revenue to pay for something that was prioritized by a previous board. So if that's what we still prioritize, then certainly more revenue would be needed. But I feel like we will see some things going through here that we should ask ourselves, is this still the priority? Can we look at this? And if we had, if we had a bunch of extra income, if we had, not seen maybe the over expenditure from last year, just if things were different, of course, none of these are bad plans, a mobility study, a dendrition, these are not bad things. What I'm saying is I think we need to go back and prioritize at this point, rather than saying we need more revenue to meet these expenditures. We need to reevaluate the expenditures themselves.
I agree with a lot of what's been said. I'll just add in that in my own research, obsessive, checking out like financing municipalities, typically as places develop, they cannot, the tax revenue and income does not keep up with the needs. And that's why you see like this thing where you develop, you have all these dollars, you have a nice fat fund balance, then you have all this aging infrastructure, you can't keep up with it, then you have aging infrastructure and you get into a situation like Harrisburg. So I think that this is a general trend that always happens. Like incomes don't keep up with costs. Like you cannot pack enough people with enough income in there to not have to raise the percentage that you're taxing. So this is just what I'm finding. It doesn't mean that anything that you guys have said isn't something that all the things you said are things that I support. And also I have that knowledge, or at least that's what I'm seeing. I'm gonna send you guys an article today, but it doesn't have any solutions. It just has this problem.
Well, I think that's not untrue. You know, as our service requirements grow, the expenditures will grow, and we need more money to keep up with that. But I think where I would maybe differ is that I think the revenues can't keep up with the wants, not that they can't keep up with the needs. So I think that's where we need to go back and kind of look at some things that were budgeted for that maybe we need to reprioritize, and just take a second look at.
Yeah, I would be interested in that too, because it sort of sounds counterintuitive to me. And intuition doesn't always give us the right answers. But because when we have a larger population, assuming that they're not all students, when we have a larger population, the fixed costs are getting amortized among more paying people. So, we get more people, but they pay more taxes, and the fixed costs get more amortized. So I don't understand why we need to raise the tax rates per se. It seems you're suggesting is that we have not taken care of things for quite some time. And so now there are huge infrastructure bills, and that's why we need to do that. But I don't think, logically, if you have more people, they're paying more taxes, the number, the services are getting amortized. So it should actually go down the tax rates. But maybe in reality.
It's so complicated. I hear what you're saying. It's like there are so many variables at play. Density sometimes is touted as a solution, but there are costs that are involved with that, and needs that occur. And I would say that sometimes you do have communities that aren't keeping up with their needs, and that's part of the problem. And then it kind of downward spirals. But just what I've been finding is even when you're trying to keep up with the needs, basically the population income can't keep up, as just kind of a bottom line. But people, there's a lot, people get PhDs in this stuff. So, but to move on.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think this is a good discussion. And I suspect
a really good discussion.
I think we'll be back on it in a week from now.
You're all correct, by the way. Sorry to interrupt.
And I think this discussion is going to pick up next week, but I would like to try to keep going through the departmental things at this point.
So to help understand some of those issues, there's some staff requesting some tuition reimbursement for some masters.
Segue.
The education is reimbursed at 50%. I'm one of the
question about that. I just noticed that it says that it's in the personnel manual, and I noticed there's also education reimbursement in the police budget. And I just was curious about, I didn't read the personnel manual. So can anybody apply for this? What is the criterion that, who gets this?
Mm-hmm. So typically the applications are for master's level type of programs, and the request has to be approved by the department head. It goes to the manager. You have to get a passing grade of C or above, and then you're retroactively reimbursed 50%.
Is there some kind of employment agreement that they stay for? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't answering. I was just not. Yes, I understand. Go ahead, finish your question.
Yeah, no, I was wondering if after they've completed that, are they required to continue employment at the township for a certain amount of time?
You have to be here 20 years to be eligible, and then you're allowed no, I'm just kidding.
So the police have a little bit of a different arrangement. Because that's governed by the collective bargaining agreement. So they have eligibility for a 100% tuition reimbursement with the caveat that they agree to employment equal to the number of years that that the degree took. Does that make sense? Did I say that right, Chris?
Yes.
So, you know, that does have that kind of contingency on it that obligates that officer to employ if he or she elects for the full tuition reimbursement. If they elect for the 50% reimbursement, there's no addendum language or requirement that they stay employed. Right, Chris? Again, I'm looking at you. You're more familiar with that provision of the agreement than I am.
Yeah, that's correct.
That would fall under ours. Yeah.
In addition to some of the requirements Dave was talking about, ours also requires it to be related to police work. That's in addition to ours.
That's good.
But the for the other employees, non-police employees, we don't have a contractual obligation, but it's a benefit that we want to give to attract people.
Correct.
Okay.
And then office furniture really is just a placeholder that's for miscellaneous purchases. There's nothing planned.
Okay, Dave, I had one question for personnel before we move on to the next section.
Yeah.
The GIS technician, we've gone down to one GIS technician. I guess my
Correct.
question is that because we really only need one, or is Christina doing her own? So we really have 1.5 or whatever, but not, either way is fine with me. I mean, if that's part of her job and she's doing it, that would be fine, but then we should recognize that we really have more than one GIS technician, although it's partly paid in another way.
Yeah, so while the ability's there, I mean, the planning director and the community planner are skilled in GIS. I don't know that there's a lot that they're doing. They may be doing small incidental stuff. I think the workload's being carried by the one GIS technician that we do have here. So we did have, one person, then we had two, and, oftentimes that position we filled by an employment agency. And then if that person worked out, we offered them a position. So it's kind of swayed up and down. I'm not even certain that in the future we might not be back to, wanting to. But right now, for what we can see and the workload that we've managed this year, James has done a good job keeping up with it. And, maybe it has to do with the proficiency of the people doing the work too. So, I think we're pretty fortunate with the skill level that we have with the technician that we do have right now also.
We've had good
Okay,
ones.
I just wanted to be sure that we didn't, sorry. I just wanted to be sure we didn't have 1.5 GIS technicians sort of submerged into Jenna and Christina doing a lot of GIS work.
Not unless Dave knows more than I do about what they're doing.
Okay.
I mean, I know he knows more than I do about what they're doing, but they're right down the hall and I have a pretty good sense of how much.
Yeah. Okay. That was just for future thinking. Yeah.
So then are we moving into 409?
Okay.
So 409 is on page 134. I think it also works well if you're out of Clorox and you need a disinfectant. All right, Chris.
I got it, Dave. Don't worry.
I just picked up on that.
Okay, I got it. It took me a minute.
It's
Yeah, well,
only
that's
8
what-
o'clock, Dave.
Okay, but we have been purchasing that for our public works buildings because for a long time, Clorox is hard to find. So just so you know, 409 works well. Page
You're paying for it
134.
out of this budget category, right?
That's right, out of 409. Again, a mission statement, goals. As you know, we have 2 custodians. One of them, as Eric put, we rent to COG half-time. So half his time's billable to COG. I have a lot of duties listed here. I will say that the workload managing the buildings has increased as technology has increased, and that kind of falls on my shoulders for the building automation systems and whatnot. And we will have more of that with the new public works building. Custodians right now are doing a good job keeping up. They'll have more to clean once we get into the new Public Works building. We'll see how that workload is, spread out over next year. They have been doing additional disinfecting, as you might imagine. So a lot of time is spent kind of in touch points and common areas. We recently did buy a backpack electrostatic sprayer. We had a little bit of issues with it, so we are getting a different one, but we have a schedule we're working on where we're doing, night disinfecting of common areas and touch points, and then a more comprehensive cleaning on the weekend. So we're seeing a little bit more custodian hours or we will, to help cover some of that as might be expected. But they've been doing a great job for us during these times, keeping the buildings clean. The other thing with the building I'll mention is we did purchase, it's called a Remy Halo. It's a UV light. It is a disinfectant. We did install them in the ductwork in the rooftop units. So that helps keep, some of the indoor air quality at a higher level, as we get more and more visitors, or if we have issues within the building. So going kind of through the line items here, custodian salary, 114. Overtime is not really, reflected in here, other than, there's a little bit of overtime shown there. We'll see how that plays out. So that's an item that I'm realizing after I put the budget together that, that may be over 500 next year. We might want to consider bumping that up a little bit. If not, it won't be too considerable. Operating supplies and cleaning supplies are broken out. We may see a little, increase in costs with our cleaning supplies and operating supplies due to the additional cleaning. PPE, again, we're trying to capture the costs per section here. So section 409 to cover PPE, including, masks for the custodians. And we do have some if visitors need them. I don't think we've really had to go through a whole lot of that right now. Repairs, maintenance, contracted services. Those are the very typical items that you see year after year. And it looks like we're probably managing that fund pretty consistent and close to $30,300 a year. So, that does not include unanticipated or planned, major building expenses. They come out of a different fund. Electric, that's projected to well, Eric, do you want to talk about the electric rate projection? Well, it looks like this year we're low, but we're looking at projecting about the same for next year.
Yeah, we've seen a decrease in electricity costs. I think part of it was a lot to do with the improved efficiency of the lighting and so forth. We also believe because the building was not completed this year for the public works, that it's a lot less than it would normally be. We anticipated $9,000 for the new building. That did not occur. So that is planned for the new year.
And then the other thing that may influence it next year is we do plan to put a RFP on the street for a power purchase agreement, which would allow us to install solar panels on the roof of the Public Works building at no upfront capital cost and paying a reduced rate for electric with the hope of being a net zero. So, that'll play into, even perhaps a reduction in what we are estimating may be our electric expenses. So
that's independent of the COG PP, power purchase agreement, right? Yeah.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So again, gas is estimated on a unit price, depending on our consumption and when we occupy the new Public Works building. That'll help us better project gas usage and expenses in the future. Water's pretty consistent. Refuse recycling, rather consistent. think that's the end of buildings.
Okay, I do have one request on this. Is with the custodian.
Yes,
With the new building, if we find we're creeping toward needing 2 people,
yes.
I think we need to then rethink the agreement with COG, because we had shared one custodian with COG because they don't need a full-time person and we didn't need 2 full-time people. But if we get to where we need 2 full-time people, I don't want to go to having 3 custodians and still one half gone to COG and us having 2.5 when we need 2.
And we've talked about
Definite.
that, Dave and I. We think we'll be
Yeah.
okay at the current level. The other issue that needs to be considered is COG may ask for a full-time custodian before we really have a need for 2 full-time.
Okay.
I know that they've been facing the potential retirement of the person that maintains the fire company or the Alpha fire station downtown. So if that individual retires, they may need a full time staff member to take care of their
Okay.
facilities. So
So that may just work naturally
exactly right.
about the same time. Okay.
Or we could lose our person to COG.
Hmm.
Seriously, no, it's something that the board really should think about. And, if I'm an employee and I'm looking at COG's raises and I'm an employee and I'm looking at ours, that's going to be relevant to me. So just putting that out there.
I believe
I think
maintenance.
maintenance is next on the
Road and
agenda,
fleet.
Dave, page 168.
Yep, page 168. So let me get to 168.
Got to use those bookmarks, Dave.
I know. I was gonna flip back to the table of contents but I'm there. So this is page 168, 426 through 439. Road maintenance and fleet. Again, mission statement, the message talks about personnel, some of our major tasks, what we do, and then a little bit of how it ties into the strategic plan. We do have some of our accomplishments for 2020 listed and a work plan for 2021. We do a pretty good job of following this. We have an annual scheduling planning meeting at the end of this year, beginning of next year. And during that time, we kind of put men and people and timeframes to all these different activities. And then throughout the year, we take that and build 2-week look ahead schedules in our Outlook, and then we review those weekly. But it's not a bad reference if you need it to go back and look and see what some of the major activities planned for certain times of the year are.
I always like this. This is always helpful to ground me in what you're doing. So under March and park mowing and low mow areas, your department is not mowing the low mow areas in Fairbrook though. That is Park and Rec, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, really all we're mowing right now are what I call the undeveloped areas of parks. And then
Okay.
there are some stormwater basins that we mow. We started mowing the pollinator areas, but I think I could probably take that out. I think COG is, committed to doing the pollinator areas now, or the low mows. Now, Haymarket Park, we just mowed that. And that is the basin area I'm talking about. So it was, the time of the year that we got in and mowed that. And then I believe it's going to be in the spring that Fish and Wildlife is going to be doing a planting of plants as well as trees. That's kind of our first trial area for some planting. So we'll capture that in next year's schedule. And then 426 is recycling. That holds steady. Uniform service, we did enter into a new uniform contract, but I believe those rates are also holding pretty steady. It's a 3-year contract. We, you buy the uniform and they clean it and they replace it during that period of time when it wears out. So that's what that service is. Office supplies, really, they come over here and use engineering office supplies. So there's not a lot there. Gasoline, you can see in September, our invoice was $1.57 a gallon, estimated at $2.10. Diesel fuel, $1.42 in September, estimating at $1.90 a gallon. Oil, lube, and fuel, oil, lube, and fluids we buy in bulk. Don't anticipate much of a fluctuation there. Although it could, depending on when we buy that bulk. Clothing and PPE. Boots for the mechanic are included in Fund 437, so that's why you see a reduction, because when you go to 437, 238, you'll see a little increase. General expenses holding about the same. Electronic equipment maintenance, not a big change there. Small tools holding. Purchases less than 2,500. Communication, this is for phone reimbursement. Radio maintenance, this is an area where, I think we're going to start to see a need to start the budget a little bit more every year. We're kind of self-insured, so to speak, with the radios. And in 2014, we really reduced the fund because we purchased all new radios. Some were reprogrammed. So we didn't have a whole lot of expenses other than replacing, batteries for a number of years. And right now what we're seeing is the radios that we reprogrammed were some of the older radios are end of life and we're needing to replace them. So I put a few, projections in there and how much batteries cost and whatnot. So we'll keep an eye on it. Equipment rentals, once again, that's actually projected less than this year. Oh, the stump grinder's been moved to 455, so that's why I saw a reduction here, and you'll see a little bit of a bump or a new fund in 455. Dues, subscriptions, memberships, same.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Dave. It's Laura.
Yeah.
Could I interrupt? Stump grinding, is that only our street trees or does that happen in parks? I know I'm a broken record.
It could happen in parks. It's predominantly for the street trees.
Do we bill parks when we stump grind for them?
No, we've never billed.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So 430, 420. Once again, you can see, very little in terms of the expenses budgeted, similar to previous years. Contracted services, really, there's not a lot in here anymore. There's a repairs to the fuel station. So we're building a new fuel station, so we shouldn't see a lot there, but we do have underground fuel tanks that need inspected, $495 every 3 years. So it's not a big fund. Office equipment, nothing really. There's a placeholder if we need it, but nothing planned for next year. The furniture for the new Public Works building is in Fund 30. So if we if we're okay, we can move into Fund 432, Public Works Snow Removal. Okay. Not a whole lot there in general miscellaneous expenses. Repairs and maintenance, 251, that's mostly for snowplow, steel cutting edges. $450, that's our contract snow removal. So we have a contract that we renewed. It's a one-year contract, can be renewed for, for up to 3 years. And this is for contract plowing in the traditional town neighborhood. We continue to do it. Seems to be working, seems to be cost effective.
Dave, quick question about that. So if the TTD, rest of the TTD Pine Hall gets developed, we're going to see that number go up because they're the tiny roads. Yeah.
That's the intent. And we, continue to collect cost data and see if it's effective.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Like, is it, this seems like an impossible thing to calculate, but you guys are amazing with the numbers. Do you find that contracted snow removal for the tiny roads is comparable to our costs involved with our snow removal on our other roads?
Yeah, so the last time I did the analysis, it was cost effective. We, we as a municipality, we're still competitive, but it was cost effective to do it this way. They do typically use smaller equipment, smaller, narrower roads. When we started doing this, besides the fact that, it's always good to evaluate your own agency work against private work. And there's some software available that would help me to be able to do this a little bit even better. But, I've done some of it in the past. The idea also was when we were building out this TTD, it built out fast with a lot of miles of narrower roads. And we just haven't seen it build out as fast, perhaps. And in some of the newer developments, that we're seeing, this concept of the narrow roads doesn't appear to be that popular. But we continue to do the contract maintenance and the TTD with the narrower roads.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Street signs and supplies. That looks pretty consistent. That's where we get, besides signs, the permanent signs, work zone signs, and stuff that we need for flagging equipment. Traffic signal charges, that reflects operating cost of electric. Something I would like to do, just haven't spent a lot of time on it, but I would like to have a project where we reduce the lighting costs in the bike tunnel and put LED lights in there. Those lights are metered through the signals because it's tied into that meter at that traffic signal. So we will work toward that end.
Excuse me, if I could just interrupt for a minute, just to point out to the board that the signs account includes the bike path wayfinding signs. And this is another area where it's like split between regional, well, theoretically, bike paths are regional, and we have like Trish Meeks that does the bike paths and suggests to us that we should put up new signs, but that's a cost that we bear and not the region. So I just point, that's another kind of weird collaboration.
Yeah, and we need to kind of pick that project up and start making a little bit more progress. It kind of fell, it did wayside. We had, who's our radio personality that was championing that?
That was Tony Riccardi.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to pick that up, actually.
Okay.
I was opposed to that, and I didn't think that we needed to do that at all, unless there's some sort of, problem where people are getting lost on the bike paths, which I don't really think they are. But if there's a cost to be cut, we can flag that one.
I agree. I think most of the people use their phones anyway to find trails and things like that. At least we do. So, and I figure if we do it, then everybody's doing it.
Yeah. And this was kind of like, oh, they don't match. We want them all to be the same. And kind of, that seems a little bit like a little bit of a luxury at this point.
They've got some notes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I took it down. It was an aesthetic, but also like a visibility issue. Some of the pathways weren't clearly marked, and some were missing. But we could do something for a lot, probably less cost.
Well, it kind of started out, replace the wood signs. They're getting hard to, I think we did replace them once. I think it started out as an Eagle Scout project. And then I think Bob Tussey, when they needed replaced, routed some new ones out of wood. And, the next step was if we replace them, we'll put in the standard kind of tall metal posts with the metal signs. And then we thought, well, what colors should they be? Should there be some consistency with the region? We talked kind of at a more regional level. And then it's kind of
It's on the notepad.
Excellent.
it hasn't moved real fast right now.
Does that also involve a one call for each sign?
Every sign requires a one call.
There's another cost saved. Forget about it.
Traffic signal parts and labors. There's a narrative. There's a list of our signals, 23 signals plus one flasher. We have a pretty good program of replacement of components, not necessarily controllers, but this fund covers, any replacement parts that aren't necessarily planned. Although it does look like we're picking up, so the fund increases because now we are including those planned expenses that used to be in capital. So the UPSs are now in this fund, as well as the LED replacements. We used to have it under, I think, Fund 30.
Yeah, and the reason for that is their replacements. They're not extending the life, or they're not adding to the replacement of something that is worn out.
You might notice, to keep electric costs down, my room's on a light sensor, so if I don't move, the light goes out. I could have changed that before the meeting, but I didn't. So that's why you see me change colors and then
I wondered.
and dance around and turn my video on.
Dave, I have a question about the LED replacements. Is that some kind of industry standard that you're doing, that rotation of replacement, or can that be extended a year, or is that a safety issue, or how's that work?
All of the above.
Okay.
It is a standard, it is a safety issue, and we could extend it. So oh, come on, help me, Dave. Who said, is it better to burn out or fade away? Terrible.
Get those lights back on in that room.
That was Neil Young.
Neil Young, thank you. Man, I can't believe I couldn't remember that. So, we used to have incandescent bulbs. So when an incandescent bulb fails, it burns out. When an LED starts to fail, what you notice is a fade. So, you could extend your life, but the industry standard is 5 to 7 years. So 5 years is the warranty, 7 years is what we do. We could get more years out of them if we needed to pinch some money, but, at some point you're balancing the safety with the cost. Mm-hmm. So, we right now we're doing it on a 7-year cycle, but we can continue to evaluate that as LEDs are, in the field and used longer to see if we can stretch that out.
But you're really already at the max. You're already at the higher side at the 7. Yeah.
We are, but it doesn't mean if we left it in for 10 years, you might still be able to see it. It's not that you couldn't. It's just it's a planned activity.
Are you able to test them to see if they are dropped in lighting? Like replace them when they actually degrade?
You could, but then you'd have to say how much time you're spending in manpower going around testing LEDs because you don't have them on a replacement program too.
Right.
Well, that and LEDs are not that easy to test either. They read a lot lower on your meter than the actual illumination of them. So,
Thank you.
I think right now we're at a good place with 7 years, but we can continue to look at that.
Just as an aside on the traffic lights, I love the flashing yellow signals, the flashing yellow arrows.
Good to hear.
They really keep traffic moving a lot better.
Very good. I know our township engineer was very excited about installing them.
Like really excited, like a lot
More
more
ex-
excited than anybody should get about. a
More
new crash.
excited than I'm. You know, I'm not exuding that excitement like really excited. So 437, we move into mechanic, tools, machinery. Salaries typical. We have 2 mechanics. We have a part-time helper in the summer and during school. You'll see we didn't spend that part-time money this year due to the COVID pandemic, but we are actually planning on bringing the mechanic helper back in the near future, coordinated with the school, and that program is program's up and running. Very little mechanic overtime. Once again, you'll see that we have a line item for clothing and PPE for the mechanics. The boots and the prescription glasses used to be under 430, but they got moved to 437 now, so we can more closely account for them under the mechanics items. Small tools, various purchases less than 2,500, that remains steady. Repairs and maintenance, vehicle equipment, parts, you know, that does fluctuate somewhat year to year, but this year, you know, 2019 was a little more than budgeted. And this year we're coming in under budget, we believe. So next year we're projecting the same, about 77,000. Outside repairs can tend to fluctuate even more depending on the extent of the repair that needs to be done. Not necessarily if it's just refurbishing brake drums or rotors, but if there's, you know, something larger with the transmission or engine that we can't handle in-house, that is usually where you see those costs. Dues, membership, subscriptions, you'll see that we spent less than anticipated. You know, request is less than 19, but the same as last year, follows along the same lines of discussions we had earlier. 438, we move into highway maintenance. Road superintendent salary, 5%, moved to Fund 20. Road crew salaries, same number of road workers. It's just that we have a certain percentage of their times allocated to Fund 20. And that was based on actual review of timesheets to some degree, but probably more foreman's logs where we have that level of detail to determine what that breakdown was. Part-time help, we did not expend nearly the funds due to COVID, and we're requesting less in 2021. There is no winter road crew funding requested. So that's an area where we would always request it, seldom get it. So we're just not even showing it anymore. Some funding for overtime. It's not a lot, but there's times when it's necessary. Supplies and materials, non-liquid fuels. So this would be things that we use roadside that aren't eligible for Fund 35. Liquid fuels, such things as mulch, topsoil, seed, landscape bed type things. And let's see, that took care of maintenance. So I think we're headed to trees, which is on page 187.
Right, you may want to just pause for any questions or comments.
I am now pausing for questions and comments.
Okay. Trees is, page 187.
All right, I wanted to put my arborwear jacket on for this, but I'll just keep moving here. You can pretend I'm wearing my arborist gear. 455 street trees, page 187. Again, starts with a mission, a message, and some tie-ins to the strategic plan. And I think you're keenly aware of some of the efforts that we pursued this year with the tree preservation ordinance, the heritage tree ordinance, and our first ever tree canopy survey, results of which will be presented to you at the next board meeting. Continue with our Tree City USA designation. We did not have our Arbor Day celebration this year, postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Continue to administer a street tree pruning contract with ideally getting to trim trees every 7 years, even though they require different pruning throughout their life. That is a cycle that we're striving for. And in between those cycles, trees that need pruned are done in-house. We did some neighborhood street tree pruning and at requests of residents. For example, Lexington Place neighborhood and some others had some in-house pruning done. Haven't issued that many street tree permits this last year, but we continue to make people aware that they do need to get tree permits when they're working under trees. Continue to staff tree commission meetings, sent a few notices requiring the removal of hazard trees. And this year we did the ash tree injections for the ash borer in-house. So we were able to do that ourselves. We do have some equipment, if we have the staffing, to help with the mitigation of oak wilt. We did not have any cases this year in Ferguson Township. We have some goals, again, that tie into some of our strategic plans of environmental stewardship. And moving into line item 114, arborist salary. That says and municipal tree specialist because it was in the budget, then it came out, and the funding is there for the arborist. The narrative could probably be revised to remove the word municipal tree specialist. Part-time, we did not pick up a part-time grounds person to work with the tree trimmer that we did not have this year. We did have one person part-time that did assist with assist the arborist with some tree trimming and tree care and tree watering and some inventorying. Some of these items are rather small. We've got operating supplies, PPE, general expenses. General expenses are mostly related to the tree commission themselves. Not a whole lot of money spent on meals this year. The supplies and materials, some of that we had to modify depending if we had a municipal tree specialist on board or not, but we do have the Arbor Jet system. So we do have funding in here for some pesticide, herbicide injections. So we can do the oak tree treatments in-house if needed, as well as the ash tree. And we did do the ash tree. Arborist small tools. Outside repairs, really that's there to try to capture any costs associated with repairs of the bucket truck. We don't have any other equipment really allocated to the 455. So if there's equipment needed for tree care, it all comes out of our fund for our 430 funds. Equipment rental, you can see that we have the cost for a stump grinder in here. Dues, subscriptions, memberships, the same thing. The only thing I did here is I did proactively reduce the line item for the ISA International Conference because it was out of the country this year and I knew we weren't doing that. Contracted services. So we have a breakdown, predominantly it's tree pruning And the 20,000 is, you can call it contingency money. If we don't have any large tree removals that require outside assistance, and we don't have any oak wilt abatement or other pest diseases, then we won't spend that $20,000. But that's what that 20,000 is for. Some years we've had those issues, some years we haven't. And that gets us through trees. So on the agenda, after street trees, we go to public safety.
Yeah, you get a break. But I don't know if anybody had any questions on the trees budget.
Chris would be happy to answer those.
Chris would be happy.
I did. I remember I asked a question about stump grinding before, and then stump grinding was here. I'm sure you know why. Is that, I'm sure it's supposed to be, but why?
Oh, why is the stump grinder there?
Well, it's like in two places. It was, I think maybe it was under 430. I'm not sure.
Right. It used to be under 430. And so it said stump grinding is moved to 455.
Okay. Gotcha.
Even though it's the public works crew that goes out and does the stump grinding, because we don't have an arborist crew, predominantly we're grinding stumps for street, right? So we put it under 455.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Do we do it in parks sometimes? Yes, but it comes out of this budget item.
Thank you.
Yes.
So if we wanted to talk about, if we wanted to talk about costs that we would like the COG parks to pay and for us not to pay, would we have to make a separate agenda item for that? Because here's why. Under the Park and Rec comp plan, the authority right now is really busy deciding what costs should be ours and theirs. And we're not talking about it at all. And I think we should probably be talking about it too, but not right now. So that's one of them. I'm going to ask a follow-up question about the Haymarket repairs and the kit costs, and did we cover them or did they? And I assume it's us, and I think it should be them. So I have this list in my head of all of these maintenance costs when they do park maintenance, when really what they do is they mow certain areas and they take away the trash. So, yeah.
I'll say a little bit without getting too far into where I shouldn't be, and if I am, Steve and Dave can reel me back. But so there's a one-page memorandum of understanding between parks and public works about who's responsible for what. So it's evolved over the years, and I think I have a pretty good understanding. And every once in a while, I got to sit down and review it with, the manager and the park director. So I think I understand what we're doing and what we're not. Sometimes we have to kind of call and say, hey, are you doing this? Are we doing this? So we kind of work on it cooperatively, and we're not really, tracking those costs that much in parks. We have work orders and we do it. So, I guess that's my best answer to how it gets.
Right. So that MOU, though, that can be revised if both parties agree to revise it. And we're going through that process right now. And if they want to be our park maintenance department, then they should, I think, be bearing the costs of all that park maintenance. I don't know if I'll regret that statement, but, we have to get it into the policy level to have an actual discussion about it. So I don't know.
I would say if we want the board to get involved in, the MOU, that would be an agenda item outside of the budget.
Okay.
And that, that would be a question of, do we want to revisit that MOU and have the board involved in that? So.
And Steve, I'll kind of recontextualize that, not really about the MOU. That would be a product of the discussion that has stemmed from this comp plan, really.
Right.
Because the authorities.
In terms of determining who's responsible for what, that would go into the MOU.
It would eventually.
That would be sort of the context to bring it together is, is this covering what we think it should cover or not?
Right.
And should we work on a revision? But I
Okay,
think
because
that would be an outside the budget
yeah,
discussion.
okay. All right, thanks.
I'll just add, I have a list of similar questions under Parks and Rec. So I don't know if that MOU would be helpful for all of us to understand what Parks and Rec is responsible for, because I have those same questions listed out here that I was going to bring up later, and maybe that MOU, if it's shareable, would answer those prior to the discussion.
I think Dave Modricker might have even shared that with me a couple years ago, because I've been having this conversation with myself and others for a while. So I think I recall that. I could search for it, Lisa.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, the one thing where sort of thinking about the belt tightenings, and this is perhaps my pet peeve, the mowing budget that we have, I just wanted to find out what is sort of our frequency of mowing, and see if we could go, let's say, half the rate or 1.5 times the rate divided by 1.5. Would that save us anything, or wanted to explore that?
So I did explore that, Prasenjit, and I got some feedback that resulted in us increasing our mowing frequency back to what we do.
It was not well received, at least in the one park, in the way we implemented it. I do think that if we were maybe in a different park and implemented it in a different way, that might be possible. But I think our public works mostly does roadside mowing, and there are safety and visibility issues that they look at. I have that on my list for Park and Rec though, because it was a drought and they were mowing that grass so low. So, yeah.
I will say that you will see a difference at this building after construction of the new public works building, because the areas that get revegetated are going to be more of a low mow meadow type mix, and the basin will be more of a basin mix that gets mowed annually. So it will look different, and the swales will be more natural. So there'll be a level of care that's required to keep weeds out, but it's not going to be the same mowing, and we're not hiring a company to apply fertilizer and herbicide and stuff. So at least around the new public works building, there's some of that wraps around the swale of the administrative building too. I think as a result of what we did in the parks, that's where you saw Centrice work on, I think she called it a green infrastructure policy. And to me, it's how do we mow in the parks, and when do you want more natural areas and the frequency? So there's kind of a process put around it, instead of me just saying, all right, well, we're going to stop doing it and we're going to do it this way. And we got a lot of negative feedback. So
Dave, just so that I don't miss Mr. Meacher's question, can you respond to the frequency of mowing roadside? Like, how often do we try to hit our roadside mowing?
Oh, so roadside mowing is perhaps four times a year. I actually, in my calendar schedule that I have, is pretty accurate on roadside mowing and park mowing. So it's between 3 and 5. So I know we get the west end in the spring. We get it, when it's growing heavy in the summer. We get it once before the fall. So it's somewhere between 3 and 5. But I should know that off the top of my head, and I just verified it with the road superintendent. I know whatever I have in the calendar is accurate.
So, and the story that
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
That roadside mowing is west end mowing. In town, the boulevards, those are weekly-ish during the growing season. You know, it can get high enough, but with the mowers that we're using, we have to make sure it doesn't get too high. So, you know, in town, once we start mowing, we're hitting those areas every 1 or 2 weeks.
Yeah. So I was asking that. I was asking. So the things that you alluded to about people not liking it. So there was supposedly we did something in the park and then we got a lot of complaints. I want to find out about that.
Okay.
Cecil Irvin Park, just outside of Pine Grove Mills.
Okay.
We reduced our frequency of mowing the undeveloped portion of the park, a segment that kind of runs right along Nixon Road. And some of the adjacent property owners, actually a significant number of them, thought that it kind of created issues, you know, wildlife and field mice and that kind of thing.
Vermin, it was vermin, the word was vermin.
So we had some pretty outspoken members of the community that came out to the Parks Committee meeting. We did a survey of the kind of immediately adjacent area, and it was pretty universally, that everyone wanted wanted the township to do something different. So we went back to what we had been doing, which is about 4 times a year, which is commonly what we do in undeveloped area parks.
Yeah, I think Tudick Park would be the other park that we have a significant undeveloped area that we had reduced mowing, and then we were asked to, you know, bring it back to the regular frequency. I think most of those 2 parks, right?
Well, Fairbrook is in that mix too, but that's a little bit more deliberate. So I think we tried different things with parks over the recent years anyway, including, you know, just kind of identifying areas that were passive or weren't in need of active management and kind of weekly mowing. But with Fairbrook, it was adopted by, it was a low no-mow map that was adopted and approved by the board with a recommendation from the Parks Committee. And so there's a kind of a regimen for it now, and it's on a schedule, and, you know, there's a clear delineation of responsibility, or at least as clear as it's going to get. And it's I think a little bit more effective way to manage that kind of landscaping. So that's what we're moving all of our parks to kind of a standardized process for that. And that's one of the work tasks that the Parks Committee's been involved in.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we left Haymarket Park Basin, but, you know, that'll be a little.
Yeah, that's another.
It's getting planted with,
right.
And it'll be kind of a low mow mix. And I think we'll just be mowing that annually.
And Prasenjit, if you want to talk about this kind of stuff, like I could talk about it forever. You and I could have a phone call.
Sure.
I won't hold you on the phone forever, but, you know, it's definitely something I'm really interested in. And the Parks Committee is kind of working on moving that policy forward in a reasonable way. So. Yeah,
and even the roadside ones, if you know, it's possible to go 10 days, so thrice a month instead of 4 times and things like that. But we can take those discussions offline.
Did you want to take 5 before public safety, or? I mean, just.
I kind of wouldn't mind, but I also kind of wouldn't mind plowing through. So whichever you guys want to do.
I think a quick break would be a good idea. And then we'll continue. Yep.
Thanks.
Chief, were you able to get that game system?
No. I stood in line for about 10 minutes at like GameStop, right by Walmart, and then there was maybe 8 or 10 people in front of me, and chatted with a couple of them for a bit, and they basically said, yeah, there's 3 more that are in there, and there's 10 of us. So I said, forget about this. My son working his butt off for a video game, and today was the day he was supposed to get it, but alas, I procrastinated too long.
Okay, looks like Lisa's not back yet, but everyone else is, so hold on
Oh.
a minute or two here.
The police department budget starts on page 139.
So when's the ending where you have to shave again?
We actually go till December 31st.
At the end of the year?
Yeah.
And was there a competition who has the best beard?
Yes. This is the first time I've let my facial hair grow this long since I was a teenager. The color has changed dramatically between now and then.
Yeah, that happens.
Just wonder how far it's going to grow. How far is it going to get in that time?
I don't know if I'll be able to take it that long. I'll reach a point where I just
At
gotta
least you got to comb it.
Okay, looks like we're back here, so turn it over to Chris.
Okay, as I said, the police department budget starts on page 139. On that page is our organizational chart of the police department. We have 22 officers, 2 full-time civilian staff assistants. We have a part-time ordinance enforcement officer that's shared between the police department and the planning zoning department, and a part-time school crossing guard. Also on that page, you'll find our mission statement, goal statement. Then as things progress a little bit, I talk about our accomplishments and activities for the last 12 months. I'll hit on some of the highlights. Some of it's happy, some of it's not so happy. So I'll just stick with the good stuff. I mean, we were reaccredited in 2020. Officers administered Narcan to 1 person during the last 12 months and saved that individual. We've collected over 219 pounds of unwanted medications. We've had a reduction in crashes. That's the positive end of COVID, is there weren't not as many people out driving around, so we don't have as many crashes. But the dark side of that is our calls for service involving people experience some type of mental health crisis has gone up too during the last couple of months. Early on, we were able to have some community events before COVID hit. We're able to get into some senior centers, talk about scams, and alert people to some of those. Since COVID, we've had the opportunity to participate in some virtual events, Special Olympics, Buddy Walk. We've also had some station tours and parades, different things that we have been able to get out and maintain social distancing and yet get to have a little fun. On page 142 are our initiatives for 2021. And I mean, for me, the biggest one is getting back out into the community, getting to have more of these events. So, we just get out there. We want to continue building our peer-to-peer system. I had 3 officers go to that class virtually. We were originally going to host it here, but it was canceled because of COVID. In working with the instructor, she was able to put a class together. So we were able to do that virtually, and I'm pretty excited about that. And we plan on hosting an integration of communications and tactics training course next year too. We're going to host that. Try to host it later on in the summertime. And this is a train-a-trainer class. But hopefully COVID will be over. But we'll play that one by ear. So we start moving through some of the line items in the budget on 142. We have the expenditures for the command vehicle. The command vehicle is shared by 7 different entities here in the county. And it roughly works out to be that we each pay about $1,400 to keep that vehicle operating. The next couple line items are salaries that Eric and I work out and get those all figured out. So on page 144 is our public safety overtime. As Eric hit on earlier, a lot of our overtime this year with ag days and football game was canceled. So there was a significant drop in the amount of overtime, but 154,000 is same number as that we've asked for in the previous years. On the next page, uniforms and equipment, a little bit of a decrease in that one. Last year we asked for, or we were in a replacement of 5 vests. This year we only have to do 4, so there's a little bit of a decrease on that one. Office supplies, criminal investigations, under those line items, there's no change, same dollar amount as previous years. Gasoline, as Dave hit on earlier, we were able to get to, the estimated cost for those. And this year we bought 2 SUVs that are hybrids. We have one of them in service right now. And once we get our gas management system up, I think we'll have a better feeling of it. But as of right now, the officers that run that car, whereas they would put 7-8 gallons at the end of a shift, are putting 3 or 4 in. So I'm pretty impressed that those things might be able to save a significant amount of money on fuel consumption. CNG, we're no longer using CNG. Fuel, oils, lubrication fluid, same as last year, same with general expenses. I made a little bit of a change in general expenses, just kind of move things around a little bit, once again, for the peer-to-peer counseling and mental health wellness. The state passed some legislation that requires officers, we already do some of this right now, that after a traumatic incident that the officers go and get tested for post-traumatic stress disorder. But this new legislation actually seems like it mandates that we send officers every year or every so often to just have them tested, regardless of whether they've been exposed to a traumatic event or not. So I don't know, the actual cost of that yet. It's just kind of a ballpark number to put in there and see how that goes. Next item is the firearms, ammunition. I think there's a $250 increase on that. Community relations, also same thing as last year. Vehicle parts, there's a slight decrease in that. In previous years, we had 2 cars that were a significant maintenance nightmare to us, and we were able to get them out of the fleet. So we saw a reduction in the cost to maintain our vehicles, so I dropped that a little bit. The electronic equipment maintenance, that's I think about a couple $100 more than it was last year. And that mainly has to do with, we have a records management system that we share across the police departments here in the county. And last year we didn't have to pay a fee for it. And this year there's actually a fee for it. I'm not guaranteeing that we have to pay it because the system is a work in progress. And it was implemented in 2019 and still is not up and running fully. So we may not have to pay that, we might. I'm not 100% sure yet. Next line item is batteries. There's an increase in that. It was in the CIP that I put in for, and essentially that's the increase in that pertains to replacement batteries for our tasers, 5 of the tasers. Next line item is DNA testing, $10,000. We haven't more or less touched that account since we've had it. I like that we don't have to touch it, but it's something that if we had to send something away for DNA testing, that we would have that money there to have the test. Contracted services, that's the traffic safety grants, as Eric talked about earlier. The state previously, they had law enforcement liaisons for each department, and they paid each department, that liaison paid each department the money. This year they changed it that they picked one central police department to pay that money to, and then we disperse it to the other agencies. The nice thing about the way we're doing it now under this new system is not only does my administrator get reimbursed for his time managing the program, also Eric also gets money for his time with the finances. Under communications, once again, no change on that. Radio maintenance, our radios I think are a little bit newer than Public Works. I actually had a Motorola representative call me today trying to sell me radios. And when I told him what model we had, he said, "Thank you, have a nice day." So I got to imagine we must have the current radios. Transportation, no change in that. Advertising, printing, outside vehicle repairs, no changes in any of those categories. 420 on page 150, it's the dues, subscriptions, memberships, training, conferences. $37,000, no change in what I'm asking for in that. Once again, this year, a lot of our conferences and a lot of our trainings have been canceled. We were able to do some of them virtually, but we also hosted some events here, crime scene processing, photography, that was something that we couldn't do remotely, that it had to be done pretty much on scene, hands-on. Under contracted services, there's a little bit of an increase on the budget on that one. And that's, I have an officer that is trained in forensic examination of electronic devices. But occasionally he can't get into one, and we would have to have an outside company, get into it for us and do that examination. And we've been pricing that out, and to do one phone, we're looking at $2,100. So far this year, we've done 12 phones. So as I was gonna say, I think having our in-house guys really paid off, but having that option in case we get a phone that we can't get into is kind of the reason why I asked for a little bit of an increase in that section. Education, I have an officer that is pursuing a master's degree in cybersecurity with a concentration in digital forensics. He's also the one that does our devices and cell phones. That's $12,500. In the academy at the bottom of the page is, as I think Dave and Eric both hinted on, that's in case I have an officer that, as I said, it could retire at any time. And that's, to kind of put that placeholder that if I need to send somebody into the academy, that we have that money set aside. And then on page 153, capital equipment, looking at replacing a night vision device, some of our trail cameras. We use these trail cameras pretty much right now, and not all of them, but in the tunnel that goes under Blue Course. We've had a lot of vandalism there. We were able to actually catch, I think it was 4 or 5 different kids in there, tagging and damaging some of the lights that were in there. So we were able to get some restitution from them to pay for the cleanup. We also use that equipment for when we have stalking cases related to domestic violence. They work out wonderful for that. Dave, I see you.
Just to kind of back up too, one thing I guess I forgot to note earlier is that even if we have a vacancy to fill in the department, it's not necessarily true that we'll have to send that candidate to the academy. They get additional points, if you will, toward their overall score if they're already certified. And so it kind of depends on the successful candidate in that process, whether or not we would even dip into that expense item.
Can I just
Yes.
ask real quick, since you brought that up, is there a grant for that for the police academy?
It kind of varies. It's not a grant. It kind of varies every year. The Municipal Police Officers Education Training Commission, some years they have enough to pay 40% of the tuition and the cost. Some years they have, and it's crazy, it's 50% of 30% of the cost. And as I said, so it's not a set amount every year. It's, as I said, they come up with a weird formula for figuring that out.
Okay.
And we have an allocation under revenue to account for some of that.
Okay. Because the allocation is the same amount.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
There have been years that they did pay the whole thing. There have been years, as I said, they paid nothing. There's been years where, they pay that 30% of 40% of salary, but all the tuition. And so it's one of those that it is hard to put that exact dollar amount in for the.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just wondering if we should have it in the projected revenue. If we're not sure we'd get it.
Eric or Dave, I'm not sure.
Well, it's meant to offset the expenditure. So if we don't get the grant, then yes, we would eat a little bit more if we did have to expend that money and if we didn't get anything. But the idea would be that if we didn't get the grant, we wouldn't need the expenditure item either. So it sort of cancel itself out. That, Eric, you got anything to add?
Are you saying we wouldn't
You're the government budgeting expert.
If we need to spend it, whether we get the grant or not doesn't matter. I mean, but obviously we try to get as many grants as we can.
Lisa, are you thinking we should cut the revenue portion a little bit? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, if we're not clear, because right now it looks like we have the grant, is how I'm reading it.
Yeah, projected.
Yeah. So, okay. I mean,
Dave and Eric, I mean, I said I can go back and look at the last time that we sent somebody to the academy in 2017 and kind of look at what the formula was then, and I can change that revenue number to that if that's acceptable.
yeah, maybe I was thinking, whatever historically has been reimbursed, kind of line that up so we know what we're looking at. I mean, obviously, if we need to send somebody, we're sending somebody. So, that would just be a bonus if we get that grant. I just wouldn't want to count on the whole thing if we don't normally get that.
Yep. Okay. I will do that. And then also under the, capital equipment, replacing some of our patrol cameras, thermal binoculars, a VASCAR unit. That's our speed timing device. We've been having some problems with those. Those are 10 to 15 years old in some of the vehicles. And not that we'd spend it, but if we have one that goes down, that we could replace it. And that pretty much charged through that. So if anybody has any other questions, I'm more than happy to answer anything. And I will go back to the training. I know there's been discussion on that. Training, a lot of the seminars, I think early in my career, a lot of the seminars were more of networking than I think they were of value. I think Mr. Mitra talked about that kind of, but I know myself, I've seen a significant change in some of the seminars that they're not just, hey, you go and social hour type thing, that there is actually, value. I mean, we send officers to two of our detectives to a child homicide, child abuse seminar. And this year was supposed to be in Texas, but it was canceled. So I'm not sure where it's going to be next year. They may do it virtually. They just weren't prepared to do it this year virtually. But there's a lot of good information that comes out of that in some of the trends in, child abuse, sexual exploitation and things like that. So.
Just to clarify, I said, networking also sometimes, a lot of times has value, as in you call up someone and say, hey, this, what do you do about this thing? And they'll tell you, oh, I did this before, that. So I did not mean to say that networking does not have value. That's what.
No, you're right. And that's what I'm not saying that either, but that's what these were. Some of them in the early times were more networking slash, let's just say, social hour type thing, more parties than they were actually, as I said, genuine value, where you do have, that ability to network with somebody and have that connection, that if you needed a resource, maybe out in California, you got to know this person at this seminar, and then you can reach out to them to try to cut out a lot of fluff that you can't find otherwise.
So, Chief, what you're saying is when you had the training, when you were coming up through it, you were just partying the whole time then. And...
Right.
There was, I was going to say there were conferences. That's why I am very skeptical sometimes of conferences myself from my early years. And that's why I said, for me, I'm very skeptical of them, and I make sure that we get value out of them, that it isn't just a waste of time.
So were there any other, questions or comments before we move into fire protection, which starts on the next page? So page 154, fire protection, first item there is basically straight from the COG budget. That's the township share of the Alpha Fire Company funding. Next item is a contribution that the township has allocated over the last number of years to the Warriors Mark Fire Company. They provide some service to the west end of the township. Same with the next line item there, the contribution to the Port Matilda Fire Company. And in recent years, the board's increased that allocation. So what's proposed in the budget for 2021 is the same allocation. But of course, if the board wanted to change that, we could. 411,750.
So, Dave, can we just flag that for discussion, like day 3 or whatever?
Sure. That's
both
not
of those
formula, so it's just sort of what the board wants to contribute. I know they've been appreciative of it, and it really helps their operation, and they do provide some response to service in the township that directly benefits our residents. But
just for discussion then, and just if you could have ready what our previous contributions were. Obviously, I can see what we raised it to, but thanks.
Yes. Eric, can you make a note of that then, to just look back through that history?
I'm doing it.
There you go.
Thank you all.
Would it be helpful too, if you wanted some information? I think I can find like maybe how many times Warriors Mark or even Port Matilda responded to the township to help out with things in the last 12 months, give or take.
Yes, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
So then there's the next item, 411,750, COG fire capital contribution, again, comes right out of the COG budget. That's 95,990 for 2021. And then the last item there is foreign fire relief funding. Eric mentioned this earlier in his review of the revenue. It's kind of a pass through. It comes into the township and we send it right out. And it represents our, as the narrative indicates, the payment to the State College Volunteer Fire Relief Association. That's fire protection. Ambulance service is next, 412. And again, these two contributions are sort of at the board's discretion. It's not attributed to any formula or any contractual obligation, but it's a contribution that the township's made over the last few years to the Port Matilda Emergency Medical Services Provider and Alpha EMS. So there's...
And then I think we also increased the Port Matilda EMS at the same time we did the fire.
Yes,
could you also flag that for conversation, not saying I definitely want to cut it, and then also get the data on that previous contribution and calls. Thank you so much.
Yeah, actually, with Port Matilda, 2019 was the first time we did it. And then, because that's when they were having the problem with funding. So
Yeah.
we did it in 2019. We did not do a contribution to Alpha in 2019, but then we did a 2020 contribution to both. So those were zero at 2018, and then the numbers you see there.
Yeah, we're in the Alpha first response, I think they call it, area, right, though, and we are not in the Port Matilda first response area. And I think they've been really helped along. I don't know for a fact, but I've seen a lot of support given to them by private entities like Hawbaker. And you know, if we're thinking of cutting, I'm not, again, this is emergency services. I'm not all gung ho about cutting it, but I think we should have the conversation.
We can definitely put it on the discussion on the
Thanks.
third meeting.
Excuse me, emergency services on page 166. The contribution to the emergency management agency set by COG formula 2021 37,407. And then the COG management contingency, basically there's a cap that's set on this, a fund balance of 100,000. When that fund balance gets depleted, the municipalities replenish it. Right now, there's no additional funding needed. Any questions? Health and welfare starts next page. The township is contracted with the State College Borough Department of Health. They conduct all of our inspections for eating and drinking and retail establishments. That's billed quarterly. And you can see kind of a breakdown right there of some of their activity.
Dave or Eric, this comes up before, it came up before. Is that it's just a duplicate? It was under somewhere in expenditures.
We get money for it, and then we also pay it, so it's kind of a pass through. That's why you see it in revenue at the same time as expense.
Oh, that was revenue. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right, that's a good point. So the establishments themselves pay for their own inspections.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else then, or questions or comments before stormwater fund? So the stormwater fund starts on page 221, and I'll turn it back over to Dave to kick that off. Now Dave's muted, so I'm not the only one.
Talking to myself. Okay.
I was doing that same thing.
All right. Stormwater fund starts on page 222. At some point here, I have about a little 2-minute, some picture snippets to show you of some work that we've been doing recently. But as mentioned earlier, this fund was created this year to segregate costs. Starts with some interest revenue, some anticipated grant revenue for the Park Hills Drainage Project, because although I think that's construction money, so that's not going to be 2021 money. You catch that, Eric?
I'm muted.
Mm-hmm.
That the state grant revenue for Park Hill Drainage, that's construction money, and that construction's not next year.
So we're still going to be into design and permitting.
Yeah. You're saying that that's not good.
I mean, let's look at that as we move further down and we see our projects. But I think next year is utility right-of-way design. So we may have to come back to that one.
And I'll make a note.
And then interfund transfers. Eric, you can talk to that if you'd like. And
That, yeah, that's just to make sure that, well, you got transfers coming in both the Transportation Improvement Fund and the General Fund to provide enough funding for the fund for the entire year.
Right. So,
So-
to keep things equal, particularly transfers from the general fund are what we would commonly spend, either transferring from general into capital reserve or most often just for kind of the other operational related items to stormwater management. The transfers from the TIF are specifically related to the corrugated metal pipe relining projects that Dave will talk about, and he's got some show and tell. And then also an inlet replacement on Devonshire Road. So, Devonshire, right, Dave? I think
Devonshire Drive. Yep.
Drive. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the transfers from the TIF. So what we essentially try to do is keep it generally dollar for dollar. You'll notice that there is a small accrued fund balance that's at least in the draft budget right now, but tried to accommodate what our projected expenditures would be based on where we currently allocate the funding from now.
So then we get into salaries, 408, 5% of the public works director salary, 15% of the township engineer, 10% of the assistant and the technician. And included in here is 100% of the salary for a stormwater engineer. And, as I mentioned earlier, that person's needed, depends on if we implement the fee. And we would still have some need for part-time staff because that position is currently vacant based on our current workload. 114 is 30% of the GIS technician. 115 would be intern wages. These would be for part-time persons to assist with doing inventory assessments and condition documentation of inlets and stormwater related structures. General fund, this is the first time the fund would be used, so there's a small allowance of $1,000 for miscellaneous expenses such as paint, small equipment, flagging. So engineering project surveys, drawings, this reflects the cost that was programmed in the capital budget or during capital budget planning for the design permitting survey, right-of-way easements, plats for MS4 related projects related to the pollutant reduction plan for the Chesapeake Bay watershed.
Dave, I have a question about this, I guess.
Yes.
So that would be then that dollar amount, since it's MS4 and there's a bunch of partners, the project is actually times the number of partners, the anticipated project cost. So if it's the duck pond, which I'm very confused about where we're at with that whole thing, it's like 150,000 is our portion of the duck pond project.
Right, whether it's a regional project and it's our portion or it's a project we find in the township, that's the funding that we have allocated or recommended for a project. And we have not identified that project yet. The program's been kind of lagging, and the regional MS4 group's going to get together, talk about projects and propose projects that make sense either regionally or individually. So we really don't have a specific project yet. We know we have to do it and we know it's required by our permit, but we don't have a project yet.
And I would add too that the allocation of cost is a little bit more detailed than the total project cost divided by the number of participants. It's more a function of how much credit we intend to get from that specific project. So there may be projects where Ferguson Township has a larger requirement for pounds of sediment reduction, than say College Township or State College Borough. So they may have some requirements, so they pay some portion of that project and then they benefit based on what their need is, but we may pay more and get more of the value out of it in terms of our permit compliance.
I kind of knew I almost didn't want to ask that question because of how complicated it gets rapidly. But then I'll just add a little complication. I remember once upon a time hearing that somehow the College Township burden in MS4 was so much greater because they have so many stream miles that no other township has, which is kind of contradictory to what you just said about sedimentation, but maybe that relates to amount of farmland you have. So just don't even answer it, even if you know the answer. And maybe we can get into that sometime. Not now. Thanks.
Question on that item. Okay, so this is solely related to MS4 projects that we are a partner in.
It's solely related to MS4 PRP. Don't know if we're partnering.
Okay.
It's so complicated. It's like they're going to have a meeting and there's these projects and then they rank them and
Okay, you mean you don't know if we're going to partner in them or we don't know if we will have a partner in them?
Yes and yes. And
Okay.
as we know more, I'll report back to the board.
Yeah, I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to think of the digest summary I could give of this, but maybe we could report on it a little bit soon, Dave, in more detail at a future
Sure.
meeting. It's a really complex subject, and the arrangement that the Center Region MS4 permit holders have is really unique in the Commonwealth. I mean, and that's part of why it's so complex, because I think we were sort of the trailblazers, in some fashions. But essentially what it amounts to is we have so many individual MS4 permittees in such a relatively small, concentrated area that it became very difficult for us to individually meet our permit obligations, and it made much more sense to partner. But really all that we've done thus far is say, hey, here are the projects we could do. We
Okay,
haven't
no, that
done
makes
any of
sense.
them.
Yeah, the cost arrangement was for the design, for the submission of the permit application, the modeling, everything that was required. We did that regionally and we shared the cost regionally. And there was some discussion about projects that could be done regionally, projects that could be done individually, and how we might share costs, but nothing was firmed.
Okay, so I guess my question then is, can we rename this item? Because what it looks like is engineering that, could this be done by our stormwater engineer? But what it actually is an amount of a contribution to a project. That engineering won't be done here necessarily.
It
You see where I'm getting confused, because I just looked at it and to me it looked like, oh, it's $150,000 of contracted engineering. That's how that read to me. So
what if we added the word or the whatever MS4 after the dash and before project?
Oh, you can do whatever you want with those titles. I think, Eric, those are pretty standardized headings.
We try to keep our chart of accounts consistent between funds. And so sometimes the names don't exactly correlate with what's in the narrative. We try to look at more the subject matter, but you can, if you wanted to designate a specific expenditure, you can always add a chart add another account or something like that. And
yeah,
different
I don't
titles.
know. Do you see my confusion though? Does that make sense? How when I went through it and read it?
Could we
Whatever
just
makes it.
put a parenthetical MS4 after that? Just sort of, then it would still be consistent, but be clear that it is the MS4.
For those of us that don't eat this for breakfast every day.
What do you mean? Don't eat.
Just something that indicates that this is part of what could be a larger project, but it's not going to be something that's related, that necessarily could just be, how am I going to say this, done in-house. So I don't want it to look like this is just an extra $150,000 for engineer. I just wanted it to be clarified that this is distinctly MS4 related. So
Yeah, it's distinctly MS4, and it's really to get us as far as we can because we've gotten nowhere on this. In parentheses, you see anticipate doing the design and permitting 3 projects the first year. So the approach the township engineer would like to take is instead of identifying, design a project this year, design a permit, if he can, he'd like to figure out what the group of projects is going to be over that 5-year period and try to get the design and permitting done for all of them and then build them over the following years, if we can do it that way.
okay,
So,
and then that
new
fund
for us.
like that, is that right? That fund would stay like that. So forevermore, that would be going toward, or sorry, not that fund, but that line item would be going toward project surveys and engineered drawings for MS4 projects.
Not necessarily, which is why
It
I think if you're going to designate it for MS4, maybe we just make it another account.
Okay, we can talk about it later. I read it differently than what it actually is. So I want to both make sure I understand what it actually is and make sure it's clear in here what the money is for.
Okay.
But we can put that on our 3rd day list, maybe.
Yeah, and yes, it's a new fund, building it. Okay. So then engineering specialties, these are items that previously were under 01, 408, 313 that are now Fund 20, 408, 313. So that fund was reduced 8,000 and this fund was created. 408, 420, we anticipate that there would be expenses in this category. There's nothing planned. Under 446, what you see are what used to be 5% of the road superintendent's salary that was under 01 is shown here. So it's the inverse of what I was saying. This is the balance of the funds for those line items that are no longer under 01 but are under Fund 20. PPE general expenses have accounts. I don't know that we'll need them the first year, but again, we're building this fund. So materials, what I did there was, I believe I took 15,000 out of, no, we haven't got there yet. Liquid fuels. What you're going to see under Fund 35, liquid fuels road supplies, is that Fund 35, 446, 246 was reduced because some of that money is for rebuilding inlets and pipes. And so now that's under Fund 20. Small tools, I don't necessarily know if we'll need it, but if we're going to build this program as outlined in the stormwater fee, we did have a mobile data collector in there as a small tool to be used to start getting inventory assessments. The right-of-way costs that—
Dave Modricker, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're keeping saying, like, if we have the stormwater fee as a separate fee, but we still are going to have to do the work that the fee would fund. So what are the mobile data collector? Aren't we going to need that either way? And I mean,
yes, if we are hiring, you're correct. And I probably didn't say that one properly, but if we're picking up the part-time to go do the asset inventories, then we would want the mobile data collector for them. Yes.
Right. So, because like the board has said previously in conversation, whether there's a fee or not a fee, the assessment of the assets seems to be important to us. And whether it's in this budget or not, less important right now, but it is a cost that we should be anticipating if we want that more detailed assessment to be done in this, within the fee or without the fee.
Yeah, that's correct. So
Okay.
115, that was the part-time interns. They would use that data collector.
Okay, thanks.
Right-of-way cost, that is the estimate for right-of-way cost and easement acquisition related to the Park Hills Drainage Project.
Is there ever any chance that we can have people donate that easement area because this is really beneficial to their neighborhood? Dave's
Sure.
going, yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know we have to budget for the whole thing and that's good
Yes.
practice, but it could be reduced.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
this is very much a worst case scenario and
it is.
assumes
Yeah.
that everyone contests the offer or isn't willing to convey the land at no cost.
Right, it assumes we're doing appraisals, we're offering, just compensation, we're paying them the 4.0 whatever fees if they hire their own appraiser or engineer, include some legal expenses, recording expenses. So,
Right.
know.
They as the claimant or us anyway would be entitled to up to $4,000 of compensation for their appraisal. So they can get expensive if you have a lot of contesters and you run into a lot of challenges.
Gotcha. But this is worst case scenario. So,
yes,
okay, great. Thanks.
This would be kind of like along the drainage area. So it would be the ends of the backyards of the residents who abut the drainage area. So you need extra footage along there to put this in.
right. The channel, while we'd like it to stay right in the middle of our property, it doesn't always do that. So, the channel kind of meanders a little bit outside here or there. And so while we try to bring it back in, it's not always centered. So sometimes it bumps up against one side more than the other.
I'm just having a good memory of that hike through that drainage ditch.
Yes.
Yeah, you roll up your sleeves when you're an elected official in Ferguson Township, that's for sure.
Snakes beware, we're here.
So the utility relocation is associated again with the Park Hills Drainage Project. It's an estimate.
So Dave, just to ask about that. So you're talking about the box that's in the drainage way, or what exactly is this?
Oh. Okay. So yeah, any utilities that are there, whether it be the sanitary sewer line that goes through there or West Penn Power or Comcast or whoever, in our design, we need to be able to accommodate those utilities being moved. And if they had prior rights and were there before we got a deed for the land, for example, we have to work cooperatively with them to move them and provide them another place to be located, or, move them in that area, outside the area. West Penn is already moving ahead with their own design. So they're actually have gotten a little bit ahead of us in this regard, but there's going to be some instances where we believe we may have some exposure where we have to pay for some of those utility relocates. Now, if we own all of that land first, and then they were in there by permit, so to speak, then they would have to move all at their cost, but that's not necessarily the case in the Park Hills Drainage Way as far as I know at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You know, that project overall is a very large and all encompassing and sizable capital project to undertake. And so, you know, as the board talks about how you may want to look to reduce your costs, if that's a target project, we can give more detail on it because, as I said, there's several layers of considerations, I think, that have gone into that project over the years. We do have some grant money that's on the table for construction, as Dave pointed out earlier, about $200,000. It wasn't as much as we'd hoped to have gotten, and there may be further opportunities in the future throughout the course of construction that we can capitalize on and further defray that cost. But it's one of those projects that's grown fairly significantly from concept to design and into permitting and construction compared to what we may have thought it was going to look like a few years ago.
I have a quick question about that, not to hold up our meeting, but are we still planning on doing the walking path or some sort of a recreational path through there that we discussed? And is that part of our grant applications? And if we do that, because we own the property, is that something that the public will have access to, or it's sort of like just neighborhood only?
So I think that is all part of the design and information that we're going to share with residents when we start having open houses again. We have talked about it. The designer is certainly accommodating it. I don't know if it was part of the grant application or not. It may have been touched on. I mean, I don't know how much not in my backyard NIMBA syndrome we're going to have, or pushback or accommodations, but it would seem to me that it's a pretty neat idea for the greater connectivity of the Park Hills neighborhoods that all these easements someday, could have a kind of a natural path, and we're creating kind of a working road, so to speak, which will get restored, but it'll be a pretty nice area for a path adjacent to the channel for a good portion of it that people could use if that's what we want to do in the final design.
Thanks. I'll just make one final statement, I promise, is that a lot of times when I think about park and rec and then open space preservation, I think it's unfortunate that we always separate them so much, because a lot of communities that don't separate those two things, they have a unified greenway and park and bike system, and it's a real asset to the entire community. And when I think about this project, I really think that it, it speaks to kind of like what maybe it could be the beginning of conceptualizing something like that. And that's it.
Yeah, I think it could be pretty neat. I just feel like property owners that have had it kind of secluded in the past may not be real receptive to that idea. But I still think, in the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty neat idea.
Thanks. Understood.
That raises a question for me. That runs into the park. I mean, we call it the drainage way. It's
Yes.
property we own, but it's not really part of the park, is it?
Correct.
But if we were to extend the park through that drainage way, would that open us up to some other sorts of grants? A park grant.
Interesting.
Sure.
I mean, it's property we own adjacent to a park. Why not make it part of the park?
It sounds like a good idea, and we should definitely think about it again when we're not all.
Yeah.
I'd love that idea.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of opening up other grant opportunities. It might be something to consider later on.
Park Hills Park.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's
Intriguing.
Steve.
It
Particularly
could.
since, go ahead, Dave.
No, go ahead, Lisa. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, particularly since that grant came in at 200,000 and the total project is 1.8 million. So, and that's grown from I think when I saw it a year ago, it was 800,000. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it had reached $1 million when I saw it at the capital improvement plan last year.
I'm wondering if that's because maybe there was something disaggregated before, but I'm not sure.
No, we tried to disaggregate it and that didn't work because it was creeping out. We wanted to do section by section. And I mean, I agree. I think the design where it's headed is ideal, but I'm maybe we need to look at that disaggregation again of the project in its entirety and, you know, maybe incorporate some of what Steve's saying here. I think when those costs grew, the grants anticipated grew in our minds. So I think, you know, not to abandon ship, you know, something's got to be done sooner rather than later, but to maybe revisit that design a little bit as you move into those neighborhood discussions.
So what I understood disaggregated to mean was a breakout of design and permitting and construction and like the different stages of the project entirely. But Ms. Strickland's right. We also talked about, the board talked about segmenting out the channel, I think, in 3 different sections. And so we could revisit that. And you're absolutely correct. I think in the conversation, it was a discussion of, you know, additional costs to mobilize and you know, manage a separate project or do it in chunks over time versus getting it all done at one in one fell swoop. And like you said, there was an assumption by doing that we would have access to a much more significant grant award. So it may be worth the board's time to revisit that discussion since we didn't get eligible for it. And if, like Mr. Miller suggested, we can capitalize on some parks funding on top of that, then maybe we could just continue to chip away at it, because there's absolutely areas of that drainage way that need more attention than others. But there's value in doing it all at once, of course, and, you know, not just from a economy of scale perspective, but for the project overall. So it's just a matter of what you want to prioritize.
So could we have an agenda item that kind of talks about conceptually, you know, this idea Steve's brought up about it actually becoming parkland officially, and what opportunities that might open up? Or even if, you know, the lower 2 segments, or I can't remember where the segments were supposed to stop, and, you know, where it gets close to the houses, and just kind of talking about all of that.
Yeah, I think it's something we could do probably in the spring. I mean, or after the budget stuff is done.
Yeah, not before the budget.
Yeah, I think it would definitely be in 2021 we'd be doing that, but.
Yeah.
But so that the, you know, the meetings with the neighborhood and things like that didn't get ahead of our discussion, so that we kind of time it all correctly. I'm not sure, honestly, where the design and, you know, where that all stands right now. So, you know, it would relate to that too. So, you know, we don't want to throw away work or have to do it again. So, but I think that's a great idea. I mean, if we could, you know, get creative and, you know, find some different ways to get some grant money, and then, you know, maybe make it more attractive to those who would have to live around it. So
I'm just thinking about that conservation fund. Isn't the conservation fund money that we got for Suburban Park? You know, I'm just thinking about funds like that might open up if it's parkland. I don't know.
And maybe looking at those areas that really are in dire need of some attention, and, you know, taking the other areas and then spending some time looking for some grants and some creative fundraising over there. So anyways, thanks for bringing that up.
I love you
So
guys.
as we continue, I think we're probably close to contracted services. And this is where I just wanted to do a quick screen share if I could. So this is an example of a, can you see my screen? All right, so last month we did some pipe video and some cleaning in Brackenridge. Here's an example of a corrugated metal pipe that had some light cleaning that needed to be done during the video process. Sometimes it's a little heavier, or we have roots growing in our pipes, and in the back you can see that is a jet, a water jet that's being pulled in the same direction as the camera. The camera's following behind it, cleaning the pipe out ahead of the video. Here's a little bit heavier deposition where we probably couldn't get the camera through. On the videos, you see the camera coming up and then it just kind of gets stuck. So that's an example where really we have to come back and do heavy cleaning before we can even do our video assessment. This is an example of a pipe in Chestnut Ridge development where we found a directional bore that pushed through the pipe. Here's an example of a pipe in Brackenridge that we recently videoed. You can see the deformation at the joints and some exposed ground. And these are areas where, you know, even if we did line the pipe, we need to do spot repairs and get in and do repairs in advance. Same thing here, pipe deformation. This is a video from a pipe about a month ago in Brackenridge where the inverts rusted out. In this case, it's about 3 foot long and 12 inches deep. So these are things that we find that we need to go in and do pipe repairs in those specific spots before we can, you know, do any lining. This is just an example. I wanted to show you an example of a pipe that was a good candidate for lining. So this is one where you can see the flow lines, you know, starting to corrode. Some of these are perforated pipe, but we see rusting and pivots and holes developing along the mid diameter of the pipe. And then we have, you know, some pipes that are just too far gone for pipe lining and need dug out or repaired. This one was in Chestnut Ridge. Now here's an example of a nice pipe. So sometimes we camera these metal pipes and they look like they're in decent condition. This one was out on, I think this was on Gatesburg Road. So, you know, we would not recommend that this pipe be lined. So just to give you an idea of what some of this equipment looks like, that's a crawler camera. So that's the piece of equipment that goes down and takes the videos of the pipes. Whenever we do pipe lining, that's what the lining material looks like. And it's UV cured. So this is a UV light train for a small diameter pipe. This is for a bigger diameter pipe. So they put the sock in, they blow it up with air to a low PSI. Then they run the UV train through it. It cures it in place. Here's where it's being filled with compressed air. This is a picture of the UV train being pulled through the pipe. And here you can see how smooth and clear that's a pipe. That's the end of a lined pipe in an inlet right there. So I just wanted to give you, you know, some examples of what the work looks like that we do. And you know, when we were doing the capital budgeting, I'll go back for, you know, I've been doing the capital budgets for, I don't know, 20, 22 years, but you know, we pretty much were not doing a lot with pipe repairs other than if it was an emergency repair. When we were budgeting road projects, we were just budgeting paving. You know, there came a point in time when we realized what the conditions of our pipes were like and it started to do proactive video assessments of the pipes before we planned to pave them, because, you know, pipe replacement could cost as much as road paving. So a $250,000 road project turns into $500,000 if you find out your pipes are bad and you got to replace the pipes. So we started getting better at programming money and videoing pipes at least a year ahead of the roads to be paved. As we saw the condition of our pipes and we thought about how much pipe work there was, is when we started a few years ago to proactively starting to kind of budget neighborhood videoing and neighborhood pipelining. And that's why we did Brackenridge. You know, the roads aren't necessarily all planned to be paved next year, but it was a geographic area. We knew it was old pipe. Wanted to go out and do an assessment and start to get an idea of the condition of our pipes. So, that's what we've been doing. What's the right level of that to do and how much should we budget? Well, that was the subject of a lot of discussion with the advisory committee. That's how we got to the program we have that's being presented to you. And I know the board would like to have, your own discussion about what's appropriate. But so for what you see in front of you, this budget is for the contract cleaning and inspection, light cleaning. And we have budgeted 6.3 miles per year, estimated at $3.50 a foot, to get a good handle on a video assessment and a light cleaning of all of our corrugated metal pipes over a 7-year period. So that's what's currently in the level of service for the stormwater program.
Hey, Dave, if the pipe's rusted on the bottom, could you just rotate it?
We're looking into patenting a process to rotate pipes. It's an inside joke, folks.
I want to hear it sometime. We're not being filmed by CNET.
Okay.
I have a question, Dave, about something that is actually for discussion when we have more of the public listening. But I want to ask you at this point and be sure my understanding of it is right. Mm-hmm. Which is, I've heard comments from several people that we're in this condition now because we haven't been maintaining our stormwater system, or the maintenance has been lacking. And my understanding of it is with these metal pipes, basically 30 or 40 years ago, we put in metal pipes that had a 30 or 40 year lifespan. And really the maintenance idea is a brand new thing. The lining it with, the plastic lining is something we couldn't have done 20 years ago to extend the life. So it's really not so much we haven't done maintenance, it's that now we can do maintenance, which we couldn't before.
I would say yes, Steve. I would caveat it a little bit.
Okay.
And maybe it's the definition of maintenance. So, a lot of the pipes are reaching the end of their useful life. And so we're basically rehabbing. I'm getting feedback now. So the pipelining is kind of a rehabilitation of the pipe. What we haven't had a real good program for is our pipe cleaning. And, maybe there's a lot of people that don't. A lot of times these pipes get neglected. They certainly were on Atherton Street, the whole state system. So, we started to try to build more of a proactive, maintenance program as opposed to waiting until the pipe's completely clogged. The water's bubbling up out of the inlet and residents are calling saying, the water's, running down the street or down the backyard. So, certainly we could be doing a better job of pipe cleaning.
So a little bit of both. So we could do more cleaning, and also there's new ways to be able to maintain more properly. And so like what you've been saying is it basically once the pipe gets to a certain condition of bad, you can no longer line it because it's just the liner will just be full of holes very shortly because the pipe has no integrity left in it, basically.
Yeah, you have to have enough structure that the liner, think of it like a balloon, that when you blow the balloon up, it can keep its proper shape. Now, once it's blown up, it is its own structure. So, if you just had a corridor of earth, you could theoretically, you could put the liner through, blow it up, it hardens, and then it's its own structure. But some of these areas that have penetrations, deformations, the bottom's completely rusted out, they're too far gone to even line. So what we'll do is, we'll go in and do select repairs because it's usually not the entire pipe. It's these, select areas. So we have to go in, do spot repairs, and then we can line it. Now,
Gotcha.
It doesn't always make sense to line. Sometimes we'll replace the whole pipe. So if you have if you're planning on replacing curb or digging up the road, then your restoration costs aren't as great. So if it's, if it's $75 to put a pipe in the ground and it's $100 to line it, we'll just dig it, open excavate it. But there's a cost to patch the paving and to put in the curb, because usually the pipe's running right next to the curb line. So often if you're going to dig a long parallel ditch, you may or may not be able to support that curb. You might be replacing the curb too.
Thanks. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, there's times when it's cost effective to do one or the other. So in the budget is $100 or $105 a foot to replace 2,839 linear feet of the pipe in Brackenridge. So the actual quantity can be less. It will be based on a more thorough, assessment of the videos, of which the snippets I just showed you and the videos we just got. And then the other one would be the oversized inlet on Devonshire Drive. That's a very deep inlet that is, the structure is in question and it's in need of replacement. We did a little bit of rehab that got us through last year, but we're suggesting it be replaced in 2021. And I think that gets us through Fund 20.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
Dave, what are the streets in Brackenridge? Like, what neighborhood is that?
I can describe it. If you go down Science Park Road, turn left on Pine Hall, take another left on Science Park Court, or take a right. It's back in that area.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay, so some of those roads we delayed in the CIP until 2022. Like, would Muncie be related to this?
Yes.
Okay. So that neighborhood has road work being done in 2022.
Correct.
But the CMP work will be done in 2021.
So this was what I'm calling a neighborhood project. So we started to look at neighborhoods that we knew were old and had old metal pipe and said we should go take a look at the condition of the pipe. It just so happens that we are planning on paving some roads, but that's more happenstance because we started a program of looking in video and assessing our pipe network, not just associated with a paving project. If you're connecting it just with a paving project, we wouldn't be doing 6.3 miles of video a year because we certainly don't pave anywhere near that amount of road.
Sure. Now, I'm wondering, how does this project relate to the road work that's being done in the neighborhood the following year?
Doesn't.
Okay.
But
Now, if we weren't doing this and we were going to pave those roads, we would be videoing those pipes under those roads the year in advance anyway.
to see if you should replace the pipes
Yes.
before you do the paving.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Then to go back to the contracted services. So this is the assessment that's going to be done over the 7 years in the program plan.
Yes.
Okay. So, there was some discussion, I think, in the advisory committee about having that done in a shorter period of time or stretching it out to 7. And I'm just wondering about, is it possible to do this in a shorter amount of time so that we get to creating that master plan in a shorter amount of time, so that we're not just picking neighborhoods because we think they might be good candidates or should be prioritized. So, I don't know. What was the reasoning, the money, or what was the reasoning for extending that program out to 7 years?
There was a time when it was proposed in the first 2 years to get it done up front. I think there was some resistance and said that that was too aggressive. And so then there was a longer time frame suggested, and somewhere along the line we settled on, try to get it all done in 7 years. I would say in general, the advisory committee felt like the assessment was an important thing to do. Whether or not it was done in 2 years or 10 years, I think everybody had opinions.
So, but Dave, is there like some sort of cost incurred to try to compress the time? So if the board said, hey, we'd really like to see that done in a shorter amount of time, does it involve an extra staff being hired, or like,
No.
So it was really just like, hey, how about 7? And you could get agreement on it with everybody in the room. And so that was picked.
In general, yes, but the committee never voted on anything. They really were, the consultant tried to build consensus.
Yeah.
We put together a really diverse expert group of people.
Yeah.
All had opinions.
So what would be the reason why you would want to make it take longer?
Spread out the cost over the program.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an expensive project, and to try to do it all in the first couple of years would be too expensive for people.
Got you. Okay.
So it kind of leveled out the costs, because the idea was you may be assessing a fee. And so instead of the fee going up and down, you were trying to level out costs.
Got you. Okay. So if we looked at it more like a capital project, we wouldn't really be thinking that way so much. We would be like, this is the project. This is how long it's going to take. Let's do it in that time.
Right.
Okay.
So when you say they thought it was too aggressive, so that was the spending, but because when I look at it, I would think that they would want to assess what was there and then prioritize the projects based on the assessment. So, and if there's 300,000 for one project in 1 year, they could have doubled up on the contracted services for the assessment, and done two years worth in 1 year. So I'm confused about
it. That's all right. I think about it this way too. Once we clean a pipe and look at it, we're not done with it. We have to come back and look at it again in the future and see what it's like and assess it and clean it. So this 7-year program just rolls. It's not like you do it and you're done.
Yeah.
Right. And that's part of the, there's the maintenance plan as well. So, and that would be part of that. But for these large projects, I'm just not certain how they got to this schedule of events. So having, this one large project in one plan year.
You mean the Breckenridge, or do you mean what do you mean, the one large project?
Right. So if they were concerned about the aggressiveness of the cost in doing a township-wide assessment, then, I don't know. I'm just wondering what their line of thinking was in designing this program plan in this way. So we've got, Brackenridge and then Stonebridge and some other of these, very large projects planned out for the next few years when the assessment is continuing at a kind of a different pace. So if they were thinking that, that was too aggressive a schedule for expenditures on that level, that doesn't seem very high compared to what would be spent year by year on some of these bigger projects.
Right. So, the pipe lining, what you'll find in the stormwater program is, I think, 5,000 linear feet a year at $100 a foot. And that continues every year of the program. What I have requested in this fund is less than that. It's 298. Okay, so it's pared down a little bit. It's not the full 500,000, but the video assessment I left in there as written and as suggested in the plan, trying to get all the pipes assessed over a 7-year program. So you don't have to wait 7 years to look at the condition of all your pipes to know that you've got some work to do with pipelining, right? You're going to have a whole chunk of roads videoed and under your belt the first year, 6 miles. And if you're going to do, 6 miles is 35,000 linear feet, and we're only doing, less than a tenth of that every year. So you don't have to wait till you do the whole assessment to know that you have pipes that you need to start fixing. So that was kind of some of the thinking here too. And the geographic areas that we're doing now, those are for lack of a better plan. Those are just looking at the oldest neighborhoods that we know that have old metal pipe, and let's go hit those areas that we think are the worst and start doing those first. So that's why, Brackenridge and some of these other neighborhoods were picked for candidates to do the video assessment and consider the pipelining.
I also have a question about the 7-year thing, the 7-year suggestion. So if that time is too compressed and it's rolling, it's like you're doing all this work, but you can't keep up with the assessments in terms of the fixing or something like that. So like the 7 years, you already have a handle on what you've got, but that's like a detailed assessment. But if you do a detailed assessment before you can go back and make repairs based on that detailed assessment, the degradation continues to happen, and then you don't have a good assessment. Is that also true?
Right. So when we do our pipe cleaning, we could get it all done in 2 years, right? And we could build this plan of action, but it's still going to take us 10 years to get it done. It's not like we're going to program millions of dollars to go do it in the next 2 years. So, it's important to get the assessment done. I don't know that we have to get all of it done in the first 2 years. We just need to start working in that direction. And once
you would start with the things that you can predict are likely to be the ones that are needing the most assessment, because you're trying to prevent further degradation and higher costs when you do get to it.
Right.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll get an assessment. So each year you'll have, a section viewed and cleaned, and then you can anticipate what the degradation would be in that area.
Right. Each time we do an assessment, we're going to get a good handle on the condition to know what needs spot repairs, what needs lined, what doesn't need lined and what can go another 7 years.
Yeah. Okay. So just when you're doing an assessment, it's not that you need to use it immediately, because you can anticipate what the wear will be on those areas.
Yeah, it's going to be similar to, other assessments that we do, like road assessments, when we go out and collect condition indexes and we can start programming it over a period of time, saying, we're going to rehab this road within this number of years at this cost.
Okay. And then I just want to go back to the transfers in from the general fund and the TIF. So there's no revenue projected from the fee in this budget. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then these are all coming out. So it's coming out of general tax revenue from the general fund. Okay. And then
TIF money, which is tax revenue.
And then the rest is coming out of the TIF. So, okay. So if there were not a large amount of fee money realized in 2021, is that just eating into the fund balance then in the general fund? Is there a way to delay some of these things so we're not eating into the general fund quite so much until there is more fund money realized to fund this program plan?
Well, I mean, in general, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can defer projects if there's some uncertainty about where that revenue stream is going to come from. We could certainly do that mid-year as well. I mean, it's not necessarily something that has to be settled prior to the budget process. If we're moving into the public hearing date in February and, the board wants to evaluate other options or whatever the conditions present. I mean, many of these projects aren't taking place while they're being designed in the February and early spring months. They're, actually bid out. I think they probably in early summer, June or so.
Yeah. Which projects?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm talking about like the pipe relining and.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Pipe relining. We're doing it this time of year.
Yeah. So that's a later in the fiscal year kind of a project.
And the only reason is because we get so many projects that we try to get bid out that we got to get our paving projects done. And then the pipelining can be done later in the year. So they're going to be doing pipelining in Chestnut Ridge next week.
Mm-hmm.
You saw pictures where they were doing it with snow on the ground.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Actually, that's interesting. You can get that.
That's just because it took us, because of our workload, so long to, get it out on the street.
So I guess that would be my question, and maybe a third meeting discussion would be to match up the program plan with the funding. So that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's something we can discuss once we see the whole budget as well, because I think we'll probably have some very different opinions about approach on that also. So be a good discussion.
So, but sort of information that I would like to find out about. So, among these things that are suggested are, scheduled, let's say, are budgeted for next year. Which of these are like a ticking time bomb in the sense that, if we do it later, we'll actually spend more versus which of these have even if we do it next year, we will possibly be fine. I mean, there's always a small risk of things just breaking, but so are there things that you can prioritize like that?
Well, the ticking time bomb stuff, we're probably just going to take care of under maintenance regardless. Like that pipe that you saw that, was corroded 12 inches deep. We're going to figure out a way to at least get that patched, right? You know, some of the other stuff is really just, I mean, the pipes have been in the ground a long time, you know, for a period of years. They're going to be good candidates. At some point, you know, they won't. And then we'll, you know, deal with them at that time. But I would say the ticking time bomb stuff, we'll probably figure out a way to just get that taken care of somehow.
Thank you.
Yep.
Here, I thought we saved the best for last, but I'm looking at the agenda and we haven't. So does everybody feel satisfied to move on and continue this on third day?
Because we have liquid fuels to talk about now and how.
Woo!
Actually, liquid fuels and TIF aren't all bad this year, but in capital reserve is what we'll move to. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're right. Liquid fuels. Yeah.
If you want to do liquid fuels, it's page 209.
I'm ready. I don't want to rush other board members, but it's 10:30.
I'll answer any questions you have.
I'm ready because I think that discussion of timing and where that money's coming from is a third night discussion. I think that's what the third night is turning into. So
Yeah, that was basically why I wanted to schedule a third night, is so that we can hit those discussions all at once.
I
Liquid
will.
fuels.
I'll whip through the liquid fuels, and then you can, you know, ask questions as you need to. So interest revenue is typical. Liquid fuels grant is anticipated to be less. You can see the formula that's used. Not, well, 10% less maybe. Eric, is that your projection or is that factual?
That's actually the state's estimate.
Okay, so we're bringing in 60 less in liquid fuel. We're applying for a $50,000 grant next year for the Science Park Sandy traffic signal. Last year, we transferred some funds to pay for a plow truck and upfitting out of Fund 35. We have not received it yet. We've issued the purchase orders, so that funding will not be spent this year, and it's being rebudgeted for next year. We don't typically do that, but that is what is being done.
can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
So why is this in here?
To-
Why is this listed here? So this is a plow truck, but it's in liquid fuels and it's under signals, signs, and markings. Is it
Yeah.
used for that too, or?
No, it was, and Dave and Eric are going to explain it better if need.
Yeah, well, I think
Last year
the
we-
430 is wrong.
Last
Oh,
year,
yeah.
had money budgeted that we were going to buy equipment the way we normally buy equipment, but for fund balancing, we use liquid fuels money to buy the equipment. It's eligible and expense. It's just we don't normally do that. And so because I think it was just supposed to be a one-time thing, right? We put the POs and the purchase orders. We haven't gotten the equipment yet. So we haven't spent the money this year. So we're just saying we're going to spend it next year in that same fund. But why we did it that way, Dave or Eric might be able to explain it better if need be. But no, it's not.
Need be, because I'm
Yeah,
very
yeah.
confused.
I
Why
think
does
Dave got it right. Oh,
We
sorry.
typically spend it out of capital reserve fund, but there was concern about the fund balance in capital reserve fund. There was an additional excess money, I wouldn't say excess, but there was money available in liquid fuels funding, and we have the ability to buy equipment through liquid fuels, so that's what we chose to do.
even this particular one?
Yeah.
Correct. So now you want to be looking at your liquid fuels fund balance and making sure that that's stable. While that is a separate source of revenue, it's also one that I think is under duress in the coming years.
Well, so several questions. So this was supposed to be funded out of capital reserve.
I wouldn't say supposed to be. I would say
Supposed to be.
historically has been.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Okay.
But it's fine to fund it out of here, and that's what we
Right.
chose. Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
not clear. So will this occur again? And that equipment like this would be brought out of capital reserve and paid for out of this?
Could be.
If the board decided it, because the fund isn't restricted in a way that we couldn't, right? And
We could pay-
and the fuels money can be used for that. So
Yeah, you could pay road workers' salaries out of that fund if you wanted to. It's just we normally don't.
No,
Right,
we're
I
not
get
gonna
it.
do
And
that.
Yeah, I'm not
That's a
saying
nightmare. We're not doing that.
right. No, I'm not saying that it's not eligible. I'm saying that I just want to make sure these lines are clear. So if these kind of capital purchases are usually out of capital reserve, that was done to balance the capital reserve budget.
I think this was done in that series of things that we did at the end to make sure that we had good fund balances, but I'm not.
I have a list of questions about that. I actually had to go back and rewatch that meeting because that was a lot. So, okay. So this is not normally how it's done. I'm getting. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And the purchase wasn't completed last year. So that's why it's carrying into to next year. Okay.
It was fun putting the budget together.
So was there, okay, I have other concerns, but what I'm going to do is save them for the capital reserve section. So I guess my other question here would be, there's a large fund balance over here in liquid funds, so I have to find it. So why not use, and I'm asking for information. So why not use liquid funds instead of general funds to put into the stormwater fund?
Liquid fuels, you mean? Liquid fuels money?
Why not use liquid fuel money?
Right. Liquid fuels money is because it comes from a separate revenue stream, is subject to a separate audit. So we do need to be careful how we account for it. I mean, I think what you're suggesting is if we were to supplement some of Fund 20 with the transfer out of liquid fuels, because that's where all the revenue for liquid fuels gets deposited directly into, and then into the stormwater fund, would that be something we could do? And I don't necessarily think the answer is no. I think we would just have to be careful about how we accounted for it and make sure that it would be an additional component of the audit to ensure that the monies that we transferred out of Fund 35 and into Fund 20 were used for eligible expenses under the liquid fuels program.
Right. Because that can be used for some drainage or stormwater.
Certainly the storm pipe in the
Yeah,
end.
but I don't think you're going to get through with a transfer. You'd have to spend it out of liquid fuels directly to be included.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Eric. So
Yeah.
we may not be able to do an interfund transfer, but
Yeah.
you could
You
maybe
can spend it directly from liquid fuels.
So it would look kind of like this equipment, but you'd have a stormwater inlet under there
Well, it would
because
look
of the
like
way.
it would look like what it did before we moved it into the stormwater fund. That's where it was.
unless you could transfer it from, if there were a stormwater fee, if you could transfer it out of Fund 20 into Fund 35, but that might be, I don't know, I'm mostly just talking to Eric now, speaking.
If you look down at
On
Fund
the-
4, if you look at 438, 245,
You can put money in liquid fuels, but when you do it, restricts it to liquid fuels
The
requirements.
liquid fuels. Yeah, so we could do that, and that would. Well, no, I guess that wouldn't necessarily address right, because we would not be able to.
I'm going to suggest that this would be a discussion for the meeting 3, but I think the idea is an interesting one, but maybe give staff some time to like figure out the liquid fuel, the transfer, the what can, can't, should, shouldn't kind of be done.
What you'd actually end up doing would be reducing your expenditures under Fund 20 and then adding those under Fund 35.
Right.
That the ones that are eligible for liquid fuels, you'd be moving out of the stormwater fund into liquid fuels fund. That was a lot simpler than I made it out to be in my head.
Yeah, and it's
but
just,
that negates the whole concept of the stormwater fee and trying to track on how much.
Well, I wouldn't say negates.
No,
I mean, what it does is it diminishes, it reduces some of the needed revenue you would have to generate, or you'd be looking to generate from a stormwater fee,
Well,
because you'd be using more of your liquid fuels fund balance.
yeah, I mean, this in 2021, there's no revenue budgeted in here. So you'd be using those funds instead of money from the general fund. And there's, $800,000 in budgeted for 2021, starting out with 900,000. So anyways, it's a thought. We can bring that to E3. I just have one final question. On page 210, it says that the state liquid fuel grant is 601. Oh wait, maybe I just need to do math. 601. Okay, no, that adds up. I got it. Okay. I do have one more question. Do you think that estimate is conservative enough? Because at CCMPO, it's really bleak, the liquid fuels grant outlook. So I'm glad to hear that that's the state's projection. So that wasn't, coming from nowhere. But if I'm wondering if you think that's conservative enough.
Really hard to say.
It's a good question.
I think it is. The state typically is less than they actually give you.
And I'll add that it's probably a very difficult target to hit with a high degree of accuracy right now. How bad, how long term is the impact, going to be from the pandemic? How disruptive is it going to be to holiday travel plans and other things like that? But you're right, though. I think, we've already taken a big hit, and, maybe the state is not being as conservative as they ought to be in their estimate.
I hope they're right, because that's not that much of a deduction. So we'll see.
I mean, we'll see the impacts for the whole of next year, but it's just the degree that will hit us that we're thinking about. Yeah.
So if there's no other questions for tonight on liquid fuels, I'll give Dave's vocal cords a brief respite, and we'll move on to capital reserve, starting on page 227.
okay, just as we leave liquid fuels, I just wanted to point out that Fund 438-245, supplies and materials, we specifically reduced it by 20,000 and moved those into the Fund 20. So part of what you were saying was just leave it the way it used to be. Okay. So that's where we would do it. And then contracted maintenance, if you wanted to put pipelining or something under there, that would be the spot. So, and chemicals are chemicals. So thanks.
Oh yeah, sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to cut you off too early there.
No, probably worth doing.
Actually, Eric, do you want to kind of breeze through revenue here, starting on page 228?
Sure. Capital reserve.
Yeah.
We're looking at based upon how much we have in the bank and capital reserve, especially with the money from the GOA fund The bond fund, we're looking at decent interest accumulated for the year. Codes pays us for a trailer lease on our property, $10,000 a year. We're looking at a recycling grant for the vacuum brush leaf collection vacuum truck. So our share is only $30,000, and the state is going to pay us $272. They're always a good way to do it. We do sell fixed assets. If we have a piece of equipment that's going to be replaced, we'll sell it directly, and we usually do pretty well through like eBay most of the time. And then finally, the interfund transfers, that's an estimate based upon the timing of the building, the public works maintenance building. In fact, is that right, Dave? Yeah, I think.
Correct.
Okay. That's it.
So there's no questions on revenue or interfund transfers. Next page starts the expenditure side. Capital. Most of this, much of it, if not all of it, is taken directly from the capital improvement program budget across all departments. Administration is a consultant to facilitate the update to the 2017 Ferguson Township strategic plan. That was kind of a carry forward from this year that we intended to do it, but of course COVID had other plans. And then secondly, an allocation of $10,000 for a consultant to help facilitate a disaster recovery continuity of operations exercise. Initially, this was planned to be done in concert with Penn State University and the Center Region Emergency Management Council. That actually kind of unraveled even prior to the pandemic, where the university sort of elected to forego, the more involved version of that test. So, I would like to do to put it simply, I would like to do some kind of a cybersecurity test. I think $10,000 is a high number. We could probably total for both of these, allocate maybe 10 to 12,000 and get it done within that price. We have cybersecurity training, and we do already have through our IT consultant access to some of the resources and materials to conduct the test. But it would be good to identify, if and where some of those vulnerabilities are, because municipalities are really starting to become, and have been over the last several years, increasingly a target for cyber attacks. We're relatively easy targets in most senses, meaning that we don't have the complex IT infrastructure that larger scale private sector organizations have in place. We are a critical business. We can't afford to be down at all, or we can't be down and out. So things like ransomware are we're low hanging fruit for those kinds of attacks. So while we've done a lot with training, I would really like an opportunity to, again, test for some of those fracture traces and see if, we have some glaring vulnerabilities that we haven't really addressed yet. I'm confident we're doing what we can with what we have, but there may be, I really would hate to, fall victim to one of those attacks, because they can really decimate your operations.
So just a quick comment. I mean, and this is maybe not related as much to the budget, but a lot of that can actually be prevented by staff education. So one of the easiest ways is via phishing scams, and some organizations run sort of their own sting phishing scams. So you send out an email to all our staff and see who of them click, and then you can go in and tell them, hey, you should not be clicking on these things. But we can talk about that offline too.
We actually do that.
Mr. Beecher, we're already doing that. We have access through our IT service provider to a cybersecurity firm that has a series of self-directed learning modules. I had all employees go through them, and they score you essentially based on your, at the end of every one of those smaller learning modules, there's a short assessment, and then there's kind of a master assessment that you take at the end of all the modules. And I think there's, over 100 of them. So it took, I wasn't the most popular guy in school when I made everyone go through that, but it's supplemented with that same company and our IT provider doing, actually they've conducted several phishing scam, exercises. And then I get a report that shows me how many people clicked on the link, how many people, just looked at the email and deleted it, and how many people, actually opened the email but didn't click on the link. So everyone in general seems to be pretty savvy and is doing the right thing. I'm not going to call any particular department on the carpet for the issues, but suffice it to say, there's one of them. Dave thinks he's pointing at the right one, but to me, can't point at this. We're all in different places. So, but it's a great exercise. And I think it's been valuable because not only do employees benefit, not only does the township benefit, but employees benefit, from having that heightened awareness offline in their own personal engagements.
Yeah, and I think Chief possibly knows there are these things where people have been calling and asking for funds to be transferred and things like that. So in general, and then there are things that you can do to prevent or reduce the chances of ransomware and things like that. But if you have a company who's doing the right thing, I'll shut up and let's move on. Thanks.
No, it's a good point. So there's nothing else on administration. Capital equipment, IT. Most of this has to do with the new public works maintenance facility. So we're going to have additional security cameras and a replacement of a switch. So those are kind of two, the switch anyway is more of a maintenance item. I'll let Dave talk about the asset management and work order system because I know he's been dying to get into that tonight.
Sure. Apologize for the lateness of the hour. Might not come across as eloquently as it should. So, how much money are we spending mowing in parks? How much time does it take us to collect brush? How much does it cost for snow removal? Those are all questions that can be answered through a work order system that tracks your time and equipment costs. So that's one aspect of it, is the work order system. We have a work order system. We use Microsoft Access, and it is, it's what we use. It would be an improvement, and it would track costs. The other aspect of of the software is the asset management portion of it, where we would be able to inventory our assets, whether they're trees, street signs, roads, sidewalks, storm pipes, inlets, assign a condition index. It's related to the GIS system, so we could pull it up geographically and mapping, and certainly help us with a program of managing our stormwater assets. It's something we looked at years ago. At one point in time, we had some software called Cartograph. It was expensive, very detailed. You had to feed the beast, and we didn't keep up with it. So, we'd be looking at a system that met our needs, was a little bit scaled down. There's a cost to it. The other thing is that they have modules for vehicle maintenance. So at some point, we would want to get our fleet and parts on more of a modernized system, and it would replace the cards that are handwritten and kept in the mechanic's desk. So that's what the asset management work order system is. Now, I know we're in times of frugality. We don't have to have it. I told Dave we spent time looking into it. I think Ms. Danini had an interest in it to some degree. That kind of got my interest going and got me hopeful and optimistic. And we spent time. I had the township engineer, the GIS technician, the finance director. We interviewed and not interviewed. We watched webinars from a number of firms, so at least we could get an idea of their capabilities and what it might cost. So that's what that is for. It would be great if we could move ahead with it. If we can't, in these times of
frugality,
I understand.
Be nice. It's late.
No, I like that. Times of
I do
frugal.
too.
I was trying to use austerity, but I was going to say austerity measures, but I think it's just being austere. No, is that the wrong word?
No, it's the right word, but it has bad connotations all
Oh,
around
does
the
it?
world. So,
Oh.
yeah.
Okay, don't say it.
Okay.
Yeah. I was a big advocate of this. I think it really sounds like you did a lot of research and found like a total package kind of thing. I think the COG would benefit from something like this as well. And, you know, we can talk about it third night. Appreciate the idea of the frugality. I do think that whether it's this year or next year's budget, it's something that's like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I still support this year, but we'll see how that works out.
409,750 is a projection of, those are basically carryover expenses. The first line item, 1.8 million. That would be 1.867 million we're not spending this year. That is programmed to next year because of delays in construction due to the COVID pandemic and frankly, just it taking longer than they had anticipated to get the work done. So that's carryover money.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
So, okay, so that's carryover money. So it was just budgeted for last, so it was being spent this year. Okay, so just curious, were the things like the door fobs and was the reconstructing the base of the laydown area, was that included in the budget for the building, for the Public Works building, or is that a separate expense? Or is that part of?
Those are three separate expenses that were in the capital budget that you approved. But of course, if you don't want them in the operating budget, you would take them out.
Okay, so that 68,000 isn't tied up in the loan. That wasn't part of the.
That's correct. It's not the loan money, that's new money.
Okay. Okay, I guess I assumed it was tied up in that and it was part of that project. So if that's not, then I mean, I'm sure you want this done. Is it something that I hadn't even really looked at it because I thought it was wrapped up in that. So what's your assessment there?
Oh, if it was somebody's street, you wouldn't stand for it, but it's our lay down yard for our trucks. We can run on gravel if we need to. We can beat it up till the cows come home, but at some point we should be replacing it.
Sure. Yeah. So it needs to be done, but it's not out in the front yard that we need, that it's not going to be, it's not the regular parking lot. It's for trucks and, okay. So can we flag that one for third day?
And also, is it bad enough that it could damage the fire safety trailer that's being parked in there?
No,
okay.
No, the asphalt's busted up. It's alligatored. It's in pieces like this. Like it'll get to the point soon you can grab a hold of them and pull them out with your hand. But we're just running Public Works trucks over it.
Thanks.
So I'll go ahead, Dave, with this. Well, actually,
you can talk sinking fund, maybe.
So I mentioned earlier in the tee up all those hours ago that we kind of changed the way we were accounting for some of our sinking funds. And, you'll probably notice that the numbers don't necessarily add up here. What we're trying to do is replenish, and you'll see the building equipment sinking fund, the wellness sinking fund, and the replacement was the one we were just covered, equipment replacement sinking fund. Over, kind of by encumbering that sinking fund balance, we're able to roll that over year to year. And in time, hopefully, 3 to 5 years time, we'll have a sinking fund built up that we can use to offset large scale expenditures. Historically, we've always done this. It's just a matter of kind of encumbering that sinking fund so that it can't be used for other purposes. So that's where you'll see projected under expenditures. The only deductions that are planned for this year, and I'll let Dave talk about the rubber roof, but Replacing 2 steel entrance doors. Again, this has been something that's been on our budget list and has kind of been deferred from, I believe, not only this year, but the year before as well. The exterior on the stucco on the administration building. So if you ever walk in, you see Ferguson Township, it kind of looks like it's crying, like it's a little sad. I think that's the area that we're talking about with painting exterior stucco, trying to get that looking presentable again, and replacement of a water heater that's at the end of its useful life.
Yeah, the rubber roof on building 3, I got a second opinion on it from another rubber roof contractor. I don't have the quote from him. He'll probably say it needs replaced also. I was up looking at it a little bit, more closely. We don't have any leaks. You can start to think about your tires when they go bald and you start seeing the threads. That's what the roof is starting to look like, but it's not leaking. It's staying together. And that $76,000 number is an estimate based on another rubber roof under prevailing rate. And, we may be able to do something. So that's conservative. I guess we could put on a metal roof. That would probably be cheaper. And we could probably defer that for another year. So I think that's what you want to hear. So it's needed, but you can push it a year if you want to.
Could you
Dave,
just
are
make that stuff you see advertised on television, the seals?
We laugh, but we've used Flex Seal in the past.
That stuff worked really good.
Not for any boats yet, but the police haven't asked for a boat.
Just so you're sure, Dave, because water damage, speaking from so much experience, is not something to mess around with. That it's all good if we wait on that.
No, not if you ask the rubber roofers that are looking at it. They're saying you need to replace it. I looked at it, I had Steve look at it. There's probably patching we're going to have to do next year. The second rubber roofer looked at it said there was a tear. He couldn't believe it wasn't leaking. We're not seeing it. So there's definitely patching we're going to have to do.
Okay.
I'm saying we could probably get through another year, but it deteriorated faster than it should have. It was defective rubber roofing. It should not have deteriorated as quickly as it did. We've got some issues. I'm not getting anything from the Firestone manufacturer because it's beyond its 10 years. So it's really kind of up to us.
So let's put it on day 3, but let's definitely think of this as maybe something we might not defer if it's in that bad of condition because of the downward spiral that water damage can cause.
If we left it in there,
worth looking at a metal roof or an alternative design that wouldn't be as expensive and would still get us the quality that we need.
right.
So as long as you guys don't mind hearing what that sounds like, because it's metal roofs are really loud.
If the guys
So
are
loud.
sleeping in that building and it's disturbing their sleep pattern, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, this is building 3, which is truck storage and a welding shop
Okay.
and sign shop. So they're in there more in the winter than they are in the summer. So hopefully it's fluffy sounds in the winter.
Okay.
Can we go
So,
back to the stucco also?
The stucco, yes.
So I'm sorry that the stucco's sad, but everybody is. So maybe it waits. Maybe the stucco waits, or is the stucco? Is this? I don't. What's your thought on this?
It's just, it's an aesthetic thing primarily. Dave, maybe you have a different take on it, but it was in the CIP.
Yeah,
Really is.
I've never noticed it, so I'm not even familiar. And nobody's coming to the building right now. Everybody's just happy to be out, so I don't think they're going to judge the stucco.
Well,
We've
one
done-
thing I would say on this is we are talking about a sinking fund. So it's not really something that affects this year's budget.
But but there's a $30,000 addition going into the sinking fund.
which goes in anyway. I mean,
It
that's
wouldn't
an
necessarily
annual
happen.
addition that we do every year.
It
I
wouldn't
mean,
necessarily, but you're deducting, if you're not deducting the funds from the sinking fund, why would you still put in $30,000?
because that if you say we're not spending it this year, so we don't have to put anything in, you're undoing the whole purpose of the sinking fund, which is to
You're
spread things out.
absolutely not.
Let's flag it and talk about it on day 3. I mean, meeting 3. Just so we can all understand. I'm still a little unclear on sinking fund. Maybe we can kind of talk about it more in depth.
Mm-hmm. We can.
Moves us to police.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chief, if you want to.
Unmuting. 410-750 is the capital equipment for the police department. Looking at a couple replacement cars, our final payment for our records management system, which was, as I said, supposed to be paid back in 2019, but it hasn't yet, and 5 replacement tasers. If you're looking for something to put a flag next to, the admin car. It's not something that's vital, and we could buy another year without it.
Thank you for suggesting something. That's helpful, and it's, it's kind of, it's not easy to make these suggestions. So, if it's something in your budget, I'm just really appreciative that I don't have to, wouldn't have to question, what's this worth to somebody. So I appreciate that.
And that will reduce a little bit to the electronics, the accessories, and the markings. Since we won't have a new car, we won't have to get new equipment for it. So I think that'll even drop that about $7,500 to that line item.
Great.
Capital equipment, or is there something?
Yeah, let me hit planning sinking fund, because I don't know if the board wants to have further discussion on this. So this is at the conclusion of the Northland Area Transportation Mobility Study, the board appropriated an allocation of $250,000 per year in each year of the capital improvement program, up to $1 million. So the first 4 years of the capital improvement program, beginning with fiscal year 2021. The intent was to establish kind of a reserve that we could use to leverage grant opportunities for some of these projects as they became available. A big driving force behind the analysis that we did 2 years ago was that it would make us good candidates for whether it be, multimodal transportation funding or transportation alternative program funding, some kind of state grant to help with multimodal movements and transit improvements, transportation improvements. So, we wanted to be ready when those grant opportunities became available so that we could capitalize on them with the required match, whatever that may be, depending on the program. These are big dollar items. They're large scale capital improvements that are, fairly significantly, they disrupt the area around them. So there'll be a lot of, right of way needed, and depending on the project, they could get pretty costly. So, we thought it would be prudent at the time. Of course, that was pre-COVID and maybe pre some of these other concerns that we've been talking about. So, the board could, if you wanted to, reevaluate your position on this. The Northland Area Northland Area Transportation Mobility Study really just identified a series of improvements, prioritized them, and generally estimated approximately what we might be expecting to do. So we could take those project by project, meaning if there were high priority projects that the board wanted to see done, we could allocate the money for those, try to leverage grant funding in the same way that we would other kinds of transportation improvement projects. That would be done in lieu of a sinking fund. So of course, if there was kind of a windfall of money available, you didn't have the match budgeted for it, you might have to revisit that or try to approach it from a different angle. But I thought that'd be another one for reconsideration if the board was looking at tightening up the capital reserve fund and the interfund transfers, frankly, out of the general fund.
So let's put sinking fund generally as a topic on day 3 to better understand and then to decide what we want to do in terms of each of them, because we had a few questions about each.
Dave is going to explain sinking funds on day 3.
Oh boy, would I love to.
Yeah, no, I mean, I generally like the idea of sinking funds. I think I understand it, but maybe I don't. But we can, in order to understand it fully, I would like to, if someone can also tag along with that information about what we are building up the reserves for. So I sort of see it as, okay, I have to buy a car in 5 years. It's $25,000. I save $5,000 a year. So I wanted to know that, this is what we might need and at this point of time. And then that way, the implications of the sinking fund and if we skip a payment for a year, what does it mean would be very clear to me.
And I'll just say, Prasenjit, that for the planning one, that's really the Northland, it's really about the Northland area mobility study. And so, as I understand it, so that I think is available on the website. And so each of that month, all of that money is really to be dedicated to projects that are identified in that document. That's only one of the 3, but.
Right, and the timing when we will need it is there too. Okay, I'll do my homework.
Yeah, if you have specific, and we can, I'll prepare for try to give like a kind of a 101 and where we were and what we're trying to do, on day 3, I suppose, when we get into this, and then we can review the various sinking funds again and see if the board wants to make any modifications.
So this is all for the Northland study.
Yeah, I would say this is probably the most arbitrary, not to sound too derogatory, but, of all the sinking funds, and meaning that there's really no rhyme or reason per se to this $250,000 figure other than, we thought we could get a big chunk of it done if we were able to have $1 million of matching grant funding to leverage and, sort of address as many of the issues as we can at one shot. But that is the intended use of that particular fund.
Okay.
And the conversation at the time and what drove that study is just that area, it's so tight, it's so populated, it's so used, it's so passed through, it's so problematic in multiple ways, especially for pedestrians. So there was just a focus there. Mm-hmm. And you've seen the study, it's really nicely done. But yeah, the 250,000 was somewhat arbitrary.
Okay.
Dave, you want to talk about any of the equipment, or should we defer that, or?
It is right out of the CIP, so I don't really have a whole lot to.
We mentioned earlier, we took the bucket truck out of the deductions for 2021.
Yep, less the bucket truck.
The asphalt distributor, the tack buggy, that's not replacing something, that's a new piece of equipment?
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Ooh. Okay.
So.
Yep, if you're gonna flag something, Lisa, flag that.
Okay. Consider it flagged.
All right, I'll just.
And then on the third day, you can explain to us what you do now and what this would do instead or whatever, yep, so that we understand.
Yeah, and then the next one is the equipment sinking fund. So there's the 2 big purchases, the plow truck, the 1 big purchase. Used to be 2, yeah. No bucket truck. So we already took that out, Lisa.
So I see the 0. So there's
it was pre-flagged.
Okay.
Yeah, pretend like there's a big number there, like 250,000, and it's not.
I get to cross it out. Okay, that does
Yes.
feel better.
All right.
Okay, I like that a lot. Yeah, I guess here also, if that the plow truck, if that needs to be replaced next year, I would want to add this addition to the sinking fund, this $250,000 into the discussion. Because there's still oh, so this plow truck isn't related to the other plow truck from the
Correct. Yeah, the other one we already bought, so to speak. This is a new one.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I would flag the truck and or the interfund transfer here.
Yeah, I think whenever you have that discussion, you'll have to have the discussion as to whether or not you really want to have sinking funds or not. I had a lot of consternation over the last year about them, and so I'm not going to be consternated anymore, but I'll just describe them, and they will be what they will be.
I thought
Yeah,
you
and
were
I think
consternated by now.
Consternated. But part of the idea behind it is Public Works doesn't just ask for something every year because if we, don't get it, we don't get it. We set up a fund and know that we get it when we need it. So if it can last, it'll last. And there's a formula and a reason why we set up the fund. So, before I was employed here, there was a concern that, hey, if you don't ask for it, you're not going to get it. And if they set aside money, it's going to get used for something else. So there's a lot of history and philosophy and budgeting behind sinking funds, but
no, and I think it's worthwhile having the discussion and not just, I don't know if we need to have the discussion about whether or not to have them. I think we should have them. I think it's more of a discussion about what the minimum is, what the contributions are, and how timely and big those are at different times. So,
Right. And I'll add a third twist of that, which is what is actually in them, which is versus what, we may have previously thought was in them.
Oh, that is it.
yeah, that's the part that hurt.
Teaser.
Sounds like meeting 4. Holy heck.
No, I promise to give you the digest version. I've
Excellent.
spent a lot of time deconsternating Dave and Eric on this. I think we're going in the right direction.
This street lights is a carryover. Street tree replacements. What else do we have here? Contracted services. Nothing programmed. So I guess that gets us through at least 455. I think that's it.
All of capital reserve.
And is it 9 o'clock yet?
Uh-huh.
Just a little. It's 5
AM,
o'clock
you
somewhere.
mean?
Well, I could note too, we've got one more fund. Well, we got two more funds technically to cover tonight. I think, I know we have one member of the public here. He may want to speak about the Fund 31 discussion. So I'd hate to suggest you defer because that shouldn't take very long. If the board wants to cover that, we can push the TIF into Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday. No, I was right the first time, right? Today's Tuesday. And so, and then we can have that discussion because while tomorrow's agenda is more items, they're probably smaller, discussion points. These are the two heavy hitters.
And I do have one quick question. Everybody who thought we would be done by 10 o'clock, raise your hand.
9 o'clock.
No, 10 o'clock.
I guess I'm an optimist.
I had
Oh,
9.
yeah.
Because they're wishful thinking.
My invite was till 9.
Right?
It's true.
Mine too. I tried to not look at that.
Anyway, on to the Regional Capital Recreation Projects Fund.
So Fund 31 starts on page 319. You'll see under revenues predominantly interest generated from the cash that we have on hand. This fund is was initially established back in 2008 in response to a three-way agreement between Ferguson Township, Penn State University, and Lesser Hobart to pay for debt service. It says here in the narrative for Whitehall Road Regional Park, it was actually for regional aquatics debt. This is the plot of land previously referred to as known as Circleville Farms, now is Turnberry. But at the time, the developer was proposing to build a pool, and I'm probably paraphrasing a lot of this agreement or arrangement. And, Mr. Miller may have been, maybe he's more familiar with this, certainly Mark is than I am, but was to, in lieu of them building a pool to service that development, the agreement was entered into between the township and the developer and the university that they would fund, make an appropriation into this capital fund that we would use for debt service to the other aquatics facilities that were already, planned or in the.
It wasn't
Regional.
restricted to aquatics. It was
Just
restricted
regional.
to regional.
Regional recreational facilities.
Because they had proposed an aquatics facility we didn't need, and the agreement was eventually reached that would be regional recreational facility.
So that's where the that's where the initial seed money, if you will, for this particular fund came to be. There was a resolution that was adopted by the board in 2008 that established this fund. So the proceeds that you see, or the revenue that you see from this, is largely interest from that. But since that time, we've allocated additional funds from other developments that pay a parkland fee in lieu, or fee in lieu of parkland. So under our subdivision land development regulations, if you build of a certain size, you're required to dedicate a portion of open space, recreational space, or you can elect to pay a fee in lieu, which is formulaic. It's set by the fee schedule, which actually the particular formula has its applications in our ordinance and in the recreation park and open space plan. It's based on 2.54 persons per dwelling unit times the number of dwelling units times, I think, $1,200 somewhere along there. That sets your developer.
I don't want to contradict you, but I'm going to.
Oh.
That parkland fee in lieu does not go into this account.
No, you're correct. It doesn't go into this account, but it's historically been fee in lieu of parkland has been either transferred in, or in some cases, like we're talking about with the cottages at State Cottage, the Toll Brothers development, that was an allocation of $800,000 that was transferred into Fund 30.
That was the only money that came into this account, though, from fee in lieu.
Oh, okay.
There's another account that has parkland fee in lieu. This is regional projects only.
And so I'd also like to add my 2 cents is that I thought I could have swore last year that we decided that we were going to change something about this fund, because that $800,000 is absolutely not earmarked for regional recreation. And only that Halbert money is, and it's all mixed together, and we could be using that other money for playground equipment or something like that is not regional in nature. And I could have swore that we finally got to the point where we were going to either separate it or just, I guess it would be separated so that the regional capital recreation project money is the only money in this account or line or fund, and the $800,000 and anything else, whatever else, or maybe that $800,000 was going to go into the fee in lieu fund account line. And I would really like that to happen, because that's not money that has to go to regional projects. And I know we pay our debt, and I understand that, but we don't have to manage it that way. And when it's in here, it seems like it's all going to go for that, and it just doesn't have to.
Just go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't think we actually decided to make that change. I think we discussed it last year, but did not transfer money. mostly because the only thing we've been using it for is the debt service. And it's either, if we transfer it out of here, then eventually that debt service comes out of general funds rather than,
Right.
which
Or-
is fine. I mean, I have no problem with that, but I think
Yeah.
that's why we didn't make a change last year, even though we made.
I'm
discussion.
sure you're right, but maybe, if that Whitehall Road Regional Park doesn't happen, actually, we don't have any debt because we have all the money to cover the debt. And I don't know if we actually had that conversation, but that's what COG's response was to our question. We thought we were going to still have debt service, but we actually wouldn't have debt service.
Well,
So
that's not totally true because you still have the pool's debt.
well, we wouldn't have the regional
We wouldn't have the
park debt.
park debt. Right.
Yeah, you're right. We would still have the pool's debt. I forget when that is over. Probably never, but anyway,
enough.
could we put it on date?
Well, it's already kind of baked in. If I can just kind of add a little bit to it. So the conversation was yes, and you're remembering correctly, Ms. Denini, that the allocation from the cottages development, it was not earmarked for specifically to pay back debt. It was deposited into this fund. The concern when we had this discussion about transferring the full 800,000, the board had was whether, as Mr. Miller just suggested, ultimately we're still obligated to pay some of that debt off. It may change, as you pointed out, with either the refinancing or the abandonment of the Whitehall Road Regional Park debt service. But what we elected to do, or what's in the budget, what's reflected in the budget, is under expenditures, and this may answer your question. The first line item is what you typically see, which is the debt service on our regional parks debt. And Eric has a little debt repayment schedule, and this answers your question, Ms. Denini, from a moment ago about when that debt is going to be resolved. Although, Eric, you don't have a legend on here.
That's just the park.
Yeah. Okay. Well, is blue the pools then, Eric?
One of them's the pools.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think blue is the pools.
Blue is pools.
2028.
Put a legend in there. But anyway, the next item, which kind of gets to your question, I think, is, there was a decision to allocate, and this was budgeted in 2020, just over $40,300 allocation that would be used to help offset the expenditures for the park to construct the regional landscape buffer. So again, not a payment directly back to the debt service, but not a transfer out of Fund 31 into a different fund. But it's, the idea is it's using some of that 800,000. And then this is kind of a more direct answer to your question under 492, which is a transfer out of Fund 31, not the full 800,000, but a transfer of 235,000. And this is in response to the board's discussion that you just referenced, which is maybe we could be using some of this, debts, some of this fund balance in Fund 31 to offset our recreational expenditures in other locations. You do have an obligation to use the money for parks. You can't take it and spend it on, tires. But
Yeah.
I guess the question is, with the Hobart funding that's been appropriated, do we have enough fund balance? I think you want to make sure that you have enough money that what hasn't been spent yet, that is a product of that agreement, is earmarked for regional debt service. The rest of the funds, that's sort of the board's discretion, provided based on the establishment of the fund, you're using it for regional recreation facilities.
No, not regional. No,
Under the agreement that established Fund 31. But if by transferring out of Fund 31, if it's that money that's not encumbered by anything else, if you transfer it to Fund 34, then yes, you can use it for. And there's no real, even in the resolution, it's worth noting that established Fund 31, there's no real definition of what regional recreational facility is in any case. So, I think you're in good footing to, transfer to, in this case, what we proposed, $235,000 out of Fund 31 into Fund 34. We'll still have sufficient fund balance to cover the Lesser Hobart contribution. What's not yet spoken for on that, but a majority of it is, or a big chunk of it anyway is, and we'll still have enough fund balance left over to cover the rest, and then some, frankly. And, you can begin to, as the years progress, whether you want to continue to leave funding in Fund 31 to pay for regional debt service or regional recreational facilities as defined by that resolution, or you want to allocate some of that additional fee in lieu from the Toll Brothers development for other recreational purposes. You can you don't have to necessarily make that decision all at once. What we're proposing here is $235,000 be transferred.
Okay, could we flag this for day 3, and could staff get a number, a dollar amount of what is left in that fund of the Halbert money?
Eric, I think you have that on hand. It was just over 500. We talked about that this afternoon.
Okay, so what I would
Yeah, it was like
propose, and I don't want to debate it.
560,000 in 2009, but there was more than I have to look.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So what I am proposing, and I've proposed for years now, and I'm still proposing, is that the only thing in this regional capital recreation project fund is the Halbert money. That's what I'm going to propose on day 3, and that we transfer all of the rest to the park improvement fund. So that's what I'll propose. Staff can think about the negative and positive ramifications of that, if you would, for us, and we can talk about it then. And I acknowledge that we have debt service to COG. Totally, definitely acknowledge that. Yeah.
that's it for Fund 31. And if you want to defer the TIF discussion till tomorrow night.
I think that's a good idea. I think we're
I'll turn it back over to you,
enough
Mr.
past
Chair.
9 o'clock to go ahead and adjourn for tonight. So
I'm
unless
ready.
anyone has any objections, we're going to adjourn. Seeing no
Thank you,
objections.
everybody.
Mr.
Appreciate
Rickmark.
the long hours tonight.
Thank you
you.
all very much.
Bye. Night, everyone.
Bye.
All right. Night.
Good night.